today we start with the integrity based on the communities of practice, and I will invite Valpuri to take us through.
Good morning, bonjour, hello. My name is Valpuri. I work at the IFRC in Geneva in the National Society Development Unit. And I'm here really enjoying the discussions that we had yesterday and really the learning, the exchange, and all of the great inputs that we had yesterday. And I think we have a privilege to be in the same room to have this conversation today and these days and to share and have the discussions in the corridors. But we don't always have this opportunity to be together and exchange. So that's why I'm presenting to you the communities of practice, which aim to be really this kind of similar space for all of us to exchange around integrity and any other topics that we are interested in, where we want to have a community of practice. So the idea, maybe if I can have the slide on. Let me just see. Maybe as we wait, can I just ask how many of you already are members of communities of practice of IFRC? Okay. Good. We have already a good group, and I hope by the end of the conference, at least all the participants here will also join. So it was mentioned already yesterday in the speeches of our colleagues from IFRC and ICRC that the Committee of Practice on Integrity was established last year as also an outcome of some of the work and the resolutions from the Council of Delegates, with the aim of really having a movement space where we can learn and exchange and ask questions and really have this peer-to-peer support to each other when we are not always able to do it in person and in this connection. So can I have the next slide, please? So I'll tell you first a bit on what is a community of practice. So it's really, first of all, it's a community. The idea is it's a group of people who have a Red Cross or a Crescent group of people who have a common interest, a topic, something that they want to explore together. And that creates the community. And it's normally practitioners, but it can also be leaders, volunteers, anyone from the Red Cross or Crescent who wants to join. But what we've done and what we support is a digital platform to help this to happen. So in order to bring us better together, we're offering a digital platform for these communities to come together and share. Can I have the next slide, please? And at the moment, there is overall, there are 30 different communities of practice within the IFRC communities. And these were launched in 2023, so about 2 years ago. And there are at the moment about 6,000 or over 6,000 participants from different national societies. And as you can see, we have at the moment 186 national societies. So almost every national society, there's a member who has joined at least one of the communities. So the aim is really to have this global reach and the ability to bring people, peers together to have conversations, exchanges, learning together. And I said there are about 30 thematics at the moment, but there are new communities being developed also constantly. And then within those communities, we have sometimes sub-communities as well. So if I can have the next slide, please. So going there more into what is maybe the interest of this group particularly is around strengthening integrity. And there's a specific community for that. And maybe the question that you ask is, how can you use it? What can you do? How is it helpful for you? And I'll show you some examples in a moment of how this is already happening in the community of practice. So you can contact each other, you can exchange, you can ask questions, you can share your learnings through this community of practice. You can have direct messages as well to each other as peers, as experts, and you can find expertise, because when you join the community as a member, you will kind of create your own profile where you can share what is your expertise, what are the interests that you have, and then you can find colleagues who either have the same expertise, or if you're looking at the peer from another national society, from IFRC, from ICRC, who works on the similar topics or on a topic that you want to learn more about, you can find each other there. Then you can also have different kinds of events. So this event, for example, is also very much promoted through the community of practice, and we organize a lot of webinars on different topics, and we very much welcome national societies, IFRC, ICRC, who want to share their experience of something. If you have a good practice that you want to share with your colleagues, you can also organize webinars and different learning events through the community of practice. So I'll show you next a bit in practice on what this means. Can I have the next slide? Yes. So maybe you recognize the picture from yesterday. There are some people you've seen on stage yesterday. So you can post, the community allows you to post, questions, comments, ideas. For example, I posted some of the key learnings I took away from yesterday, like we did this morning, and asked the community members on if they want to share theirs. And we already see some of the colleagues in the room who have contributed in the community, and I invite all of you to continue the discussion there. Also, if you had questions yesterday that you weren't able to share, you can always share them there and continue the conversation through the community of practice. And the positive thing is also that this community is maintained, it continues. So when a conference ends, this will still remain and you can continue exchanging there. Next slide. And then you can ask more practical questions. And here we see as well a colleague from the room who some time ago asked a practical question, asking if there's a tool that they could use if another national society, IFRC, ICRC, anyone had something that they could help and share with. And they could be very practical questions. You can be working on a specific project or some initiative, and you can say, oh, do you have experiences on this, or do you have guidance on that? And then you have community members who can answer you. Next slides, please. And then, as mentioned, you can look for experts. If in your national society, for example, you don't have expertise on certain areas and you would like to talk to another expert from a national society, you can look at the members of the community. So at the moment, we have about 280 members in this community. It has been live for a year, so it is increasing constantly. But you can already find, and again, if you look at I don't know if you can see on the slide, there are already some experts you might recognize, but there might be also different expertise that you didn't know how to reach, and you can find through this. So as said, the members, you can even look for specific topics, expertise that you're looking for, and find members through that and connect with them. And next slide, please. And then as a last, I'm not going to go through all the functionalities now because we're a bit limited on time. But one thing that you can also do, which is more not only connecting, but really co-designing, co-creating. So if you're working on something that you would want other people to share their opinions, their feedback on, you can also share, or you can put together a group who works together on a document, on a guidance, or whatever your interest is, through this platform. And you can comment, you can exchange, you can do little polls to see, okay, in order to get feedback. So the community is really meant also for co-designing and co-developing things together. So this is a very brief presentation on the integrity one. I'll give you just an example of another one. So if I can have a next slide. So there's also a community around finance development, which is a bit more specific on finance development. This is one of the first communities that we have, and it has over 1,000 members and 151 national societies who are members, and it has also some sub-communities with specific topics. And here we really, if I can have the next slide, we really had, because we have a bit more experience with it, we have several key highlights and achievements with it. So we've had several national societies sharing, for example, their finance development journey through the community, exchange, learning, and peer exchange around it. There was a co-creation of the core cost guide done through this community. And then there's different, very specific sometimes discussions, for example, around financial systems. If you're wondering, oh, we are wanting to adopt a certain financial system, can I maybe hear experiences from others on what works for them? You can also exchange around theirs. And there's been a fraud and corruption prevention subcommunity has been very active in this. It has now moved to the integrity community of practice, but there's been a very active subcommunity which, for example, when they organize some trainings, use this platform to share the training materials, experience, and so on. So it really helps them to also, after the training, to keep in touch and have conversations. And next slide, please. So how to get started? It's rather simple. If you are not yet a member, you can just scan the QR code. It gets you to the IFRC Communities platform. And there you can choose, you can sign up, and then you can choose the different communities that you want to be a member of. And there's a long list of guidance on how to do different things in the community. And I'm happy to help more in detail anyone who's interested, but there's a lot of guidance on how do you do different things there. And in terms of languages, that's always the question of how do we connect the different languages. And in the community, there is a feature that allows you to, in the browser, to use different languages. So the idea is that even if at the moment maybe most of it looks like it's in English, but you can also use different languages and you can do the translation through the browser. So the aim is really to have a kind of multilingual exchange through this. And if you have any technical questions, you can come to me, and there's also technical support. And if there's any other, interest questions that you have, please feel free. So I'll finish here, and if you have any questions now, I don't know if we have time, but maybe for quick questions. But otherwise, I know we like to move on with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the community of practice. So now that we have subcommittees, I was thinking if we have got a kind of terms of reference of this subcommittee, so potential members will be able to identify where they feel their skills will be more helpful. Is that something on your mind or you already have? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, in terms of the subcommittees, we have some, but we don't necessarily want to make too many subcommunities so that we get, because the idea of the communities is really break the silos as well, that we have the conversations across different topics and we share more broadly. So in terms of subcommunities, there are some that are very specific to a topic, and they normally describe a bit on why that's a subcommunity, but then also means that that subcommunity can take part in a broader discussion of that overall community. So you'll find a description for it. Some very rare cases you might have closed subcommunities that are really working on something very specific together and it's more restricted. But normally the aim is really try to keep the communities as open, as global, and as kind of exchanging as possible. Thank you.
I wanted to give my example on how impactful the communities are. Especially, I'm normally, or I sit in the finance development one, and I know many national societies struggle with the cost recovery and how do we do the cost recovery. And I remember sitting in several conversations, and I know now we have even a template on how to develop a cost recovery system for the national society. So looking into the community of practice and actually that it works and available for all national societies. So we'd want to start with the first panel. I'll ask my panelists to be on the stage. We have Aisha from Kenya Red Cross. We have Pauline from ICRC, and you have Penina from KPMG. Then the moderator is Eric from American Red Cross. Karibu sana, Eric.
Good morning. Good morning. Jumbo. Mambo vipi? Mambo freshi. Nashukuru. Two monks were arguing about their temple flag. The flag was being blown left, right. And the two monks, one said, "It is the flag that is moving." The other one said, "It is the wind that is moving." The master overheard their argument and came closer. And he looked at them and they were arguing. Everybody had their point of view. One said, "It is the wind that is moving." The other one said, "It is the flag that is moving." What moves? Is it the wind or the flag? What moves? Is it the wind or the flag? The flag. The flag. Both of them. The master said, "It is your mind that is moving." Think about that. There's so many things that go around and about in your day-to-day work. But sometimes it is not what happens externally, it's what happens within yourself. So the master was calling them to take a moment to reflect on their internal conflicts, their perspectives and the interpretation of the things that happen around them. So it was a call to interpret and understand the internal happenings and the experiences. One of the biggest audit firms, the big five, there's one called BDO. In their report, they said 50% of the reported fraud in the charity landscape, 50% are perpetuated by staff, volunteers, or trustees. That is, 1 in every 2 is originating from a staff, an employee, a trustee, or a volunteer. That's interesting. So, when 1 in every 2 fraud cases comes from inside, the role of internal audit becomes not just important, but mission critical. And so today I'm privileged to have able minds to help us demystify the whole idea of internal audit. And I'm privileged to have Pauline, Penina, and Aisha, who will help us understand and demystify this whole idea of audit. How many of us take leave when it's audit time? Or how many of us are very keen when it comes to audit time? You work day and night because it's audit time. Does that happen? You're in the office, you're preparing for the audit because the auditors are coming around. How many are friends to the auditors? Oh, okay, that's good. I'm throwing these questions here. How many program managers do you have here? Program managers. At what point do you engage the internal auditors? No? So they are for finance people. Internal audit is for finance. It's for finance. Okay. These are some of the questions that we'll be asking for them to help us as we continue the conversation. So I'll invite Pauline to give a quick introduction, and then Penina, and then Aisha, then we'll proceed from there. Welcome.
And first of all, thanks a lot for having us here. I think it's great to see so many participants and so many people from the Red Crescent movement. So my name is Pauline. I've been with ICRC for about 10 years now, and I joined internal audit after also an external audit experience. I'm the deputy head of internal audit, and we have a team in Nairobi, Manila, and Geneva. And we audit the field delegations. We also interact a lot with national societies in order to build a better and more ethical organization to make sure that we do the right things, but we do them right. And yeah, we try to practice what we preach as the internal audit team. So looking forward.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Penina Musia, and I'm a senior manager at KPMG. I work within the advisory unit, mostly in consulting on enterprise risk services, whereby we provide both outsourced and co-sourced internal audit services to our clients, as well as a broad range of advisory and quality assessment reviews of internal audit functions, among others within the firm. So it is also a critical time for us to be speaking about the role of internal audit, and broadly, not just internal audit, but the whole assurance function within the organizations, and how they can contribute to creating value and driving integrity within the organizations that we work in. So I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And good morning, everybody. Excited to be here on day 2, survived day 1. So my name is Aisha Mazrui. I head the internal audit function at Kenya Red Cross Society. And equally like Pauline, we are like the dinosaurs and the furnitures and fixtures of national societies. Been here 13 years now. Previously used to work for Deloitte as an external auditor and consultant, and then transitioned to internal audit. And I must say it's been a journey and a good one for that matter, and a good growth, because Kenya Red Cross has really exposed us. And we've grown, and, you know, dealing directly with the board and that kind of exposure. So my expertise around the governance, risk and controls, supporting my society, and also other national societies to just lift up the control architecture, advise on the design of it, advise on the compliance and the futuristic side of things. So very, very happy to be here. I know it's a profession that is highly misunderstood and a profession that is not liked by people, but we are necessary, just like the taxman and the taxes you have to pay. It's very necessary, and it's important, and it serves a purpose on integrity. And that is why we're having this conversation on the the global audit excellence. So not just looking at internal audit, but the various assurance providers, including external audit and the second line of defense. So very happy to be here, Eric, to contribute to the conversation.
Thank you, thank you. So this goes to Penina. From your experience, we are very privileged to have you from KPMG. How do the global internal audit standards support the evolution of internal audit function from compliance enforcers? Some will say transition from being a policeman or policewoman in that case, to a strategic partner in building culture, a culture of integrity and sustainability.
All right. So it's multifaceted, I would say. We are talking about the global internal audit standards now, which just became effective this year, although they were released last year. And this is basically the framework within which the internal auditors are supposed to execute, manage their functions, their resources, as well as ensure conformance in their way of work. So
we need to move our organizations, we the internal auditors need to help our organizations to move from viewing us as only focusing on compliance and more so compliance on financial aspects of the operations to broadly what the role of an internal auditor as an advisor, as an assurance provider across several processes or several operations within the entity. This is critical, and that understanding has to be built by the internal auditors themselves. That clarity needs to come from the internal audit themselves through the interaction with the rest of the organization. So now, if we look at the role of the standards, the global internal audit standards in this, is that they provide the framework. The standards have 5 key domains, and within these key domains, there are principles and standards that guide how internal auditors can enhance their role within the organization. So starting off with the purpose of internal audit, which is basically the purpose statement that you would find in an internal audit charter that guides the work of the internal auditors. First of all, the purpose of internal audit is recognized as creating and preserving value for the organization. So that value creation, that value preservation comes from adopting a mindset where the auditors and everyone within the organization sees integrity as a building block for the organization's sustainability and continued existence. If we look at the second domain in the global internal audit standards is actually ethics and professionalism. So these are previously in the IPPF, they used to be called the ethical frameworks. There was a code of ethics that was separate from the standards. Now, in this ethics and professionalism domain, the first principle is actually integrity. So internal auditors in their own work, in their own profession, in their own activities, they have to be and be seen to have integrity. So it is about having different and difficult conversations where it calls for that. It is about standing up for what is right, even when it is painful from a personal perspective, also perhaps from an organizational perspective. Because if we are looking at entities such as those represented here, who have fiduciary responsibility to obtain and dispense funds from donors, for example, in a manner that is consistent with the objectives of those organizations. You'll find that there will be times where there might be differences in terms of the application of those funds from what is required. So while an internal auditor would also look at the compliance aspect, they are also expected to look at the softer controls. Soft controls here, we are talking about the issues of culture that I understand were discussed yesterday. And this involves, matters to do with integrity, accountability, and organizational ownership of the programs. So in that way, we find that the standards themselves have guided internal auditors on what to do in terms of displaying integrity, working with integrity, and delivering with integrity. But also, further, one of the other domains, the fourth domain, talks about managing effectively. Managing effectively refers to the audit planning process now, that in the course of planning for audits, internal auditors must also understand governance processes. They have to understand the control processes within the organization and craft a strategy that looks at the key areas of risk within the organization. So if we look at donor-funded organizations and the risks that exist around program execution, those would be the we can say hard risks that relate to the processes and the people. But we also have now the softer aspects that relate to the cultural, the integrity issues that internal auditors would also need to work into their audit plans and therefore be able to address those and bring out aspects where there is need for improvement. The final one I will say is Principle 11, which actually talks to communication. Communicating effectively involves building relationships that are based on trust. So for the internal auditors or other assurance providers to earn the trust of the organization, they have to conduct themselves with integrity. So I will stop at that.
Thank you. Pauline, Aisha, any follow-up on that?
Yeah, so I think Penina has summarized it very well. The global internal audit standards have come to really elevate the audit function and bring it closer. A lot of times as auditors, you find yourself on, how do I say it, different sides of the shooting. You know, you're always at loggerheads with management. You shouldn't have done this. They say no, but this is the approach. And all that. So when you look at the standards, they've really guided in terms of how to resolve that and elevate, and the auditors become partners, strategic partners. I think for me, that's my key takeaway from the standards. So being closer so that then you're not just there when there's a problem, you're there to advise on the future and you're there to be forward looking as opposed to always backward looking. So I think maybe just to add, moving away from the traditional compliance, the older days we used to have something called pre-audit checks. So like a payment voucher will go through so many layers and an auditor will also be there signing off on the same payment. So then you lose your independence because then you can't come and audit a process that you were part of. So it's very critical and it's important to see how the evolution of the audit functions have been, how the standards are helping to elevate that and the importance of audits, both internal, external, and supporting integrity is crucial, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline?
Yeah, I think we'll very much agree with my colleagues here. The new internal audit standards are an elaboration of previous internal audit standards, but in essence, what you're bringing in with an internal audit function is a trusted advisor, someone you can ask an objective opinion from. And that's a value in itself. And the beauty of an internal audit function is that it is independent and that colleagues in the internal audit function normally have no self-interest in the organization. And you're able to give advice that is probably more critical than potentially others. And the global internal audit standards really help in guiding that relationship. But it is a relationship, so the board needs to be open to that conversation. The Secretary General or the Executive Director needs to be open to that conversation, and the internal auditor needs to be able to provide the input to that conversation. So, yeah, thank you.
Just one tip. As you go to localization exercise, you want to embrace or you want to be a partner and a lead to be recognized as a local entity that can implement. One partner that can really help you in negotiating with these big donors is your internal audit team. Internal audit and your risk and assurance team. They anchor their conversations around global standards, so they can speak to the big donors from that level, and it can help you in the negotiating, especially navigating the risks that are contextualized to your environment. So don't wait for them at the end, engage them at the beginning. So thank you, Penina. That's from KPMG, very great insights. Let's move to getting something from the ICRC, and Pauline, this is for you. How can the audit function go beyond compliance, building on the same, to actively promote a culture of integrity within the organization?
Yes, thanks a lot for the question. And not to say that ICRC has advanced or is further than anyone. We are learning continuously as you are. But I hope we're debusting or unblocking the myth that we are only focusing on compliance. Otherwise, my life would be very boring and I would be checking boxes every day, all day. As I said, we have a unique position in the organization and we are fully independent. In ICRC's case, we report to the assembly, so the governing board. So hopefully that is the same in case you have an internal audit function. It's extremely important that there's a separation with the executive team. We are naturally critical, so bringing us into the room early helps, because you will have the questions that potentially others may ask, so donors may ask or other external parties. We have the same interests as the organization. In the end, we're all working for the affected communities, and we, as internal auditors, feel that and have the same mission as you. So that helps promoting integrity, but also advancing the organization overall. Towards governance, it's not always an easy relationship. We indeed bring up the hard topics. We give critical notes, whereas the executive director might paint a very positive picture. We try to give another side of the story and also show what we find on the ground. We are, in the end, as an internal audit team, normally on the ground frequently. We are the ears and eyes of the governance, and we're able to have conversations in the field that others may not have. We also spoke yesterday about the rigidity of funding, and I really understand that challenge, because in the end, programs should be developed with the communities and at the place where humanitarian action takes place. And it's easy for a donor to say, you have to do this or that. Internal audit can help that conversation, because we understand what a donor might be looking for, what kind of assurance they are looking for. So bring us into that conversation, and we'll try and help change the approach, explain the mechanisms that the organization has in place in terms of internal audit, compliance, and assurance. In that sense, you create more trust with the donors that might allow you more freedom afterwards for your programs. I've been in conversations with donors in Geneva, and it's really been helpful, because we shield the program implementation from a lot of questions and a lot of time, and we speak usually the same language as the donors, and we try to portray the compliance mechanisms we have in the organization. One of my first managers when I was working in operations always told me, trust but check. This is something we can apply at all and all levels in the field. This is important, so as a first line. But as a third line, that this is what I try to apply. The people in front of me that are part of ICRC, I trust that they do the right thing, but I will check. And that's also important, that we have a function that asks more questions, looks more at documents, looks at the evidence, and ensures that integrity is followed through, and we actually check whether mechanisms are working. Yeah, maybe lastly, we are not well understood, so we are also here to answer your questions. And it might seem daunting. These global internal audit standards are really vast, and they're often for units that are a bit bigger. But there are also adaptations that you can make if you have a smaller internal audit function, and that's really helpful. Most of all, you will hopefully be recruiting or have someone that has the confidence to speak up, that has the courage to speak to the president or to the governing board. At the same time, is able to connect with the field and speak to affected populations, but also the staff in the field, and the volunteers who are facing ethical dilemmas daily. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Any follow-up on that?
Maybe, if I may add, there's a famous quote of, I don't know who said it, but they say the best audit insights come from the courage to ask difficult questions. And sometimes we're afraid of the difficult questions, and we vilify auditors in that process, and we call them all sorts of names, from pessimists to bean counters to whatever. But that courage also encouraged within the standards. When you look at the domain 2 of the global audit standards that looks at professionalism, and one of the things is really courage. And courage and bravery, nobody teaches you that in school. I don't think even the CIA qualification teaches people how to be courageous and bold. I think throughout my career, that is something personally I've built, and to just develop a lot of thicker skin as you move along. So ask the difficult questions. Let us advise, because as Pauline says it, we are here to advise and here to help management. At the end of the day, we are moving in the right direction. And don't forget, we are in the same boat. So if we start poking holes, we will all sink. But if we make the boat float, we will get to our destination. So let's not forget that, and always have that, as auditors, just that kind of courage to really ask and to get to the bottom of things, and help organizations move forward and challenge the status quo and the traditional mindset.
Yes, to add on to what my colleagues here have said, we also have to have a culture of tact, or we have to employ tact. In as much as, we the auditors will question you, we also come from a place of appreciating the complexities of the realities of operations, program activities and all that. So a lot of it goes down to communication. How do we communicate? I offer outsourced services, and I've seen some of the audit committees that don't like to be told words like there is a weakness. Of course, there is a weakness, but they would want it framed in a positive way. Like, what opportunity is there for improvement? What opportunity do we have to enhance our controls and our processes so that then this all help us to meet the objectives, the overall objectives that we have? So again, developing tact will also help us as auditors to become more of a strategic partner in the business.
Thank you, thank you. So closer to the ground, Aisha, in your role, what do you do in fraud prevention and integrity work?
Thanks, Eric, for that. And I think one of the things that, as auditors, gives us sleepless nights is when, I'm looking for a nicer word, I can't find it, but when shit hits the fan, the key question of where was the auditor, but it's too late that way. And then again, where was management? Where was all this chain of people from the first line up to the third line? By the time we come in, it's a bit too late in the day. Yeah. So there are different levels of different roles in terms of preventing fraud. But a lot of times we have this mindset that the auditor will tell us that there's a problem here. Yeah, sure. In the work that the auditors would do, they would highlight that, right? But in the event, they don't pick that, because remember, auditors also sample. They don't look at everything. It's a high-risk area, and maybe something might go unnoticed. So there are different levels that are responsible for that. So that's my first part to answering the question. So this thing of always waiting for auditors to tell you that there's a fraud somewhere or there's an issue, or I think that needs to change. Yeah. And then secondly, yes, I agree. So auditors, both internal, not so much external, and maybe Penina will highlight to us the long opinion that the auditors, external auditors, give us in the audit report and what they are not responsible for, which one of the things is fraud detection and prevention, and they cover themselves very nicely. So it is upon you. So if you're thinking, I have KPMG, PwC, Deloitte on board, and they're going to tell me that I don't have fraud, or you get an unmodified opinion and you're home and dry, news for you. You might not be home and dry. So it might be a clean audit report, but there might still be issues and deeper issues that you need to resolve. Yeah. So that's the first point. But nonetheless, internal auditors still have a role to play on the prevention, detection, and response part of fraud. And that builds into the overall integrity and accountability, and just building that trust. One of the things I find amusing, particularly when I go to the field, is that, people are being told, you have to do this right. Otherwise, Aisha and her team are going to come and, expose you. And I'm like, okay, do it because the organization mandates us to do the right thing. There are policies that guide us. It is not auditors, the fear of auditors that should make us do something right. Yeah. So I just wanted to emphasize that. But back to the role of auditors on fraud prevention. So on the role of prevention, the checking of the design that are fraud proof, the design of the controls, the testing of the control systems in place, the testing of high risk. And nowadays we have a lot of tools, automated tools that can look at large data, data analytics tools. So that gives you good coverage in terms of the audit universe. So that can detect early in terms of any irregularities that might be there, and you might flag them off. And when you review them further, probably there's an issue. So in that context, yes, there's a role that auditors can play. And also on the detection, and on the response side of it, if there's something that perhaps management through their reviews, and I usually love it when management comes and tells me, I think there's a problem here, please have a deeper look at it. I'm like, now our first and second lines of defense are working. I'm really happy. But when you're waiting for the auditors to always come and tell you that there's a problem, then I think we'll always be chasing our tails. Yeah, we'll always be running around like a hamster, and we need to put up the net to make sure that, you know, it doesn't affect us so much. So in not so many words.
Any follow-up?
Yes, I will just add on to that, then you can move on, Pauline. Yeah, so from what Aisha has said, it's important for management to appreciate that the auditors can also be key in finding or proposing recommendations on areas that are already problem areas. I'm just re-emphasizing that we shouldn't wait until something happens so that the auditors come and uncover it, or even in a worst case scenario, we know that something has happened that is wrong, but we hide it from the auditor. That exposes us in more ways than one, because when it is discovered internally, it can also be managed. The situation can be managed and doesn't have to blow up into a crisis. But imagine if these findings come out of external examinations or external audits or external investigations in the worst case scenario. This could jeopardize the sustainability and existence of the organization. So it is good that, or it would be good if management can also bring the auditors on board when they feel that something has happened, so that the auditors can then have a critical look at that and be able to advise on how to move forward and what safeguards and mitigations to put in place.
Pauline?
Yes, no, I fully agree. Maybe just to add, your internal auditors are often in the field close to operations and are also able or should have the skills to create a safe space for staff to speak. So in that sense, internal audit has a big role in integrity and promoting the values of integrity, and also to detect fraud in case a staff speaks up and says something about a potential allegation. And it's really important that internal audit is there, that staff feel safe to speak to internal audit, and exactly that independence of the function helps, because the internal audit function won't go to the boss of that person and say, listen, this person spoke, this employee spoke to me about XYZ. So yeah, that's also how the internal audit function can, once we do audits of operations, really contribute.
Thank you. Now let me ask, how many of us have seen the audit reports? Like you've had a chance to look at an internal audit report or external audit report? Okay. I've had a privilege to be audited by almost everybody, including the OIG when they come to your desk, the Inspector of Audit, Internal, the General. And in all audits that I've been, external will send you what they call they'll send you a report and they'll expect management response. We know that, right? And in the management response, they will identify the issue. You will propose what you're going to be doing, right? Then what happens after that? Now, from Aisha's desk, when she does the audits, probably, I'm not so sure, but probably she does, mostly the standard is usually the PIP, the process improvement plan, that has things to be done to arrest that issue or to mitigate that issue in the future. How many look at that thing? Or once they are gone, we are, hooray! We are done. We celebrate. Now, that is how you prevent fraud. Those issues that were identified there was a mitigation plan, presumably discussed with all the stakeholders, and you have said, we're going to do this, we're going to review this, we're going to review this by this time. Usually we don't follow up until the next audit. My encouragement, my challenge is that we go back there and revisit some of those things that we said in our PIP. Now, we don't work alone. We work with partners in a very challenging, complex environment. And this is to you, Penina, from your experience with KPMG. In this complex donor-partner ecosystem where we are working, how do we balance accountability and trust to ensure transparency without really burdening the local partners or, not allowing innovation in our work?
Right. This is a very critical topic again, because we have a multiplicity of assurance. We have many people looking at our programs that we are implementing, many auditors of different kinds looking at the books of a particular entity or a particular program. And this sometimes can cause audit fatigue. So what we advise, looking at the chief audit executives first and foremost, they have a responsibility to coordinate the other assurance processes within the organization. And this means that by adopting a risk-based audit approach, we focus efforts where the risks are, so that we don't keep auditing the same thing over and over where there is no need for that. Now, if that is within the organization, what about the donor-partner nexus? How does that work? One of the ways is to look at the level of assurance that you require by considering the risk profile of the partner that you are working with. I think this might be common practice for some of the donors, but I can't speak for all of them. But you find that the level of assurance required of as a partner will be dependent on a pre-assessment, for example, of their controls, of their processes, or an assessment of their environment as a whole that would then inform you, is this a partner that I want to closely monitor? Is this a partner where I would be happy with just getting the audited accounts, say, of the organization without going to the details of the project? Or is this a partner that I want to look at in terms of building their capacity first before I can even entrust them more with the finances or with the resources that would then be deployed in the programs? So we have to look at who are we dealing with, where are they at in terms of the risk profile, the maturity of the organization in terms of governance, risk management, and controls, and factor that into the assurance plans that we expect from them. We would also want to look at accountability as a shared responsibility between the donors and the partners, in that the donors have their end of the bargain to hold and the partners as well. So again, this goes back to communication. Donors must also communicate their decisions properly or with the same level of professionalism that they expect from the partners. And so this would then help the organizations, help the donors to appreciate the work that is being done, and also to do that, maintaining a balance of making sure that objectives are met, but at the same time, compliance is also observed. I know we are looking at compliance, and maybe we might be feeling that compliance is not a good thing, or it's just that thing that we have to get done with. But it's actually the foundation upon which you build on everything else. And so the donors and the partners must have that working relationship that also gives them opportunities to review programs, say through joint reviews that extend outside of audit, and more become like peer-to-peer sharing platforms where lessons can be shared, and people can ask questions and responses can be given in a more or a less formal environment that doesn't bring that fear of the audit into it.
Thank you.
Maybe
Aisha?
if I may add, so this is also another very painful point for implementing partners like ourselves, national societies. And this is where, as a movement, I think we also waste a lot of money. We waste money on due diligences that are done by different partners to the same organization, and I have a very big problem with that. Yeah, and that, unfortunately, within the movement, I wish we could harmonize that within the movement, so that when we're dealing with the UN bodies, the USAIDs, the World Banks, and the others outside the Red Cross movement, then maybe we would have expected them that way. But within the movement, sometimes we don't coordinate on assurance. We have so many partners coming to do the same due diligence, asking the same questions, and we answer them the same way. But it takes a lot of effort. So, and why can't we rely on the different assurance providers? So I think that harmonization needs to happen, first of all. And since we are here talking openly as movement partners, we really need to get our ducks in order. So that is one. And then secondly, just to add, I remember being in a conversation with a donor, a PNS, a couple of years back, and they were doing a new framework agreement with us for some of the funding for the different projects that they were doing. And one of the things they had put there, and that was good that we were called into that meeting at that time, because that agreement would have been signed, and I would have been the first one to pick on non-compliance, because it would have been so difficult to implement. But one of the things that the partner had put was they use this one standard approach. You don't look at the risk profiles of the different national society or the different implementing partners. Yeah, there are some that have some stronger controls, others that perhaps are medium risk, others that are low risk or high risk, and the controls assurance part of it or the mitigation now needs to match that. One of the things that they had put on the agreement for us was that before you procure anything, you have to take the documents all the way to them for them to see, and it, you know, the whoever was seeing was not in Kenya, so that complicates things further. They have to see, and before you procure, give you the nod and then proceed. I'm like, surely we are not a small CSO that doesn't have any controls. We've invested so much in our procurement processes, our procedures, and the modalities that we're doing. Why can't you rely on that and then tell me if that doesn't work, and tell us why that doesn't work, and help us in improving that before you slap us with so many compliance issues, contractual issues on the contracts, and then we have a problem adhering to that, and that has an impact on absorbing funds and implementing. So I think as a movement, we have challenges that we need to resolve around how we share assurances and due diligences that have been done on partners, and just sharing that knowledge across, so that then you don't come back and ask the same questions or waste a lot of resources, sending someone all the way, plane tickets and per diems and what have you, to come and do due diligences for a due diligence that was already done by another partner maybe a year or two back, you know. So I think we really, and that will save us money towards taking it more to the community, so that then we impact in terms of the values are doing. So just on the collaborative part of it.
Thank you, Pauline. Good. So when we talk about the partners that we work with, the balance between accountability, trust, transparency, without really overburdening the partner, it's based on a continuous assessment and building their capacity. I usually challenge my teams. You have engaged a partner today, you've done your due diligence. Does HR go to see how they're doing on their HR policies? Do you build their HR capability? Do you build their procurement capability? Do we build their internal audit capabilities? Do they have an internal audit or they don't? So beyond working with a partner, there is work, which is now you going and helping them build these capabilities that we're talking about to ensure that there is an environment for them to perform with integrity. They need to improve their system. So I say programs, you need the support structure behind you. And it's not just audit, it's security. I usually say, what was the name of the director who gave us the security briefing? What time do we engage him in our programming? Or do we even engage him? So there is work. We have all these strategic partners that we have to work with for them to help us. You want to go distribute food on the north part of the country, but you have not engaged the security guy to tell you how things are currently. And then you don't do it, you come back and say, there's delay. But you could have consulted the security guy to give you a brief. Then when you do your detailed implementation plan, you factor in what he told you. So we need to engage and look at each and every one of us as a partner to strategically perform this. Before I get back to more questions to the panelists, I just want to take one or two questions from the audience, and then I'll get back with more to the panelists. Any question online and those that are here? So I have one hand here. Okay. So I'll give you numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll take 2, then I'll come back with the other one here, the third one. So I'll take 2, then the second round I'll take the other 2. Yes.
Thank you very much for insightful discussions. Aisha has explained the 3 lines of defense, but I don't know to what extent do people in this room understand the implications of those 3 lines of defense. So quickly, I'll just recap and then ask a question the way I understood it. The first line of defense is the management and the setting up of the internal controls. And then the second line is risk management and compliance functions. And then the third line is the internal audit, providing assurance. So most national societies and within the movement, they've actually collapsed the second and the third line together. A question to Aisha: what is the implication of this? And what do you advise the national societies present here from best practices perspective and also in line with the global internal audit standards? That's my question. Thank you.
My question is that, the internal auditors supposed to report to whom? To the governors or to the executive management, senior management?
Thank you. Thank you for the 2 questions. I will blend the questions to some of the questions that I have here, and I'll throw them to you and to the panelists. So as you respond to that, I'll ask Penina to make a follow-up on the best practices. And then I'll come back to Aisha as you respond to that, is how do you set up a truly independent and audit function with Pauline in response to my friend's question. So we'll take questions from here, blended together with the questions from the audience. Go ahead.
So I go ahead? Okay, thanks. And that's a very good question in terms of the true functionality of the audit function. And I think when you look at the global audit standards, it's really it guides in terms of how. So ideally, okay, not ideally, but the right way to do it is that auditors are supposed to report to the board directly, in terms of the technical. Administratively, you'll have maybe to management or secretary general or senior management. But that is where the true independence of the audit function sometimes is stifled by management when you find auditors maybe reporting to a senior finance person, or when you find auditors are reporting to, I don't know, a deputy secretary general. So that stifles the true independence of that. The second way the independence can also be stifled is on resourcing aspect of it. So when management under resources, then obviously the independence of that is also, the auditor wouldn't be able to focus on a lot of coverage on the high risk areas. And then thirdly, the influencing a lot in terms of what the auditor should look. Yeah. Remember, as auditors, in terms of that independence of reporting to the board, they would submit the high risk areas that they would want to look into, and the board would approve perhaps through the audit and risk committee, and then approve the resourcing of that. And then you'll be able to now focus on those areas. But when management tells the auditor, no, don't look at that. I think you should look at, this other area, then you're stifling that kind of independence. So that's the third way of stifling that. So just to answer that question. So the true independence, and that is also guided within the standards in terms of how the governing of the internal audit function, that is under domain 3. So the authorization by the board, the positioning of the audit function to be independent and report by the board, and just the overseen by board. Yeah, you'll find sometimes, yes, the audit function might exist, but they're limited in terms of access to the board. They're limited in terms of access to direct senior management. So then the true independence of that function is watered down. Yeah. So the reporting to the board is a prerequisite, but then there are other factors. And I think the culture for the organization really shapes the functionality of how an audit function really does. And that is something that also needs to be corrected moving along. So I think on the independent audit function, that is what I would say, and maybe my colleagues can also add on the same. I don't know whether you wanted me to answer the second question from Sadia. Yeah? Okay. So yes. So unfortunately, yeah, the second, and that was also us, by the way, a couple of years back. I used to manage risk management, internal audit, investigation, safeguarding, and everything under the sun was under the audit function. Compliance, everything. So when we were having, and thanks to my audit committee for really that push and just championing and helping us champion on enterprise risk management, at some point we separated that because we realized having internal audit and risk management together, it waters down either of the function. Either you wouldn't be true or do your work properly in terms of internal audit, or your risk management would also, because remember, would suffer. Remember, as auditors, you provide assurance even on risk management. So if you're wearing the hat of risk management, how do you come back and provide that assurance? You cannot do that. Yeah. However, there are certain safeguards that might be put in place. So if you're playing the risk management function, and we understand that perhaps it's due to a resourcing issue, and that was us a couple of years back. So it's a journey. So it's good to undertake that journey, but at some point it's separate the two functions. Have different individuals. Risk management is a management function. It reports to management. Internal audit reports to the board. When you start mixing up the two, you're watering down the independence of the audit function, or you're watering down the true risk management function. Yeah. So in as much as sometimes there are safeguards on risk management, or when the two are combined, it is best practice to separate. And make sure that auditors do their work. They come back and review what risk management does, and risk management also does their work and supports management on coverage of risks.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
Yes, maybe to add, especially that last point, and maybe it's not known, but internal auditors in our profession, we cannot take management decisions. We are not allowed to take decisions, because that would compromise our objectivity afterwards if we audit the same topic. So you have to also make sure that your internal auditor is free to move, let's say, and not take decisions or be pressed to take decisions or to lead on a topic. They are there to reflect, to audit, and to make sure that what is being decided by management is put in place. Do you want me to continue on the independent audit function, or maybe after?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, just on that independence, it's the reporting line to the board is necessary. It's really not possible for an internal audit function to do their work well. The establishment of the budget should be done independently, but of course you need to take into account the organization size, the funding environment. You cannot ignore where an organization is, and you cannot say to, as a CAE or chief audit executive, let's assign my team, many resources. But you can, or you should, with the board, be able to determine your resourcing in line with what is expected from the audit function and in line with the risk of the organization. The audit charter, which is also described in the standards, is really the kind of contract that an internal audit function has with the board and with management. It describes the functioning, who decides on what. It describes the privileges that an internal audit function has, but also the rights and obligations. It's that contract with management that is so important that it has to be renewed every year. And one of the aspects that is in that charter is the allowance of the audit function to have full disclosure and access to all the information in the organization. Imagine if I'm auditing fraud risk management, which we've done, or operational partners, I need to be able to see all the information related to that. I need to be able to see also any allegations that were done in the last 6 months. I need to be able to see confidential information, even discussions within the management team. And not to say that I will use that against them, but I need to be able to form my opinion based on all the information that is available. So ideally, if I send an email or I ask for information, I should not get a no because it's confidential. No, I should get a yes, please have a look at it, because then you can advise us better on how to move forward. And that's also the impediment. The importance of an independent audit function is that you become a trusted partner and that you bring in experienced people who can fulfill that role well. And that's it. Yeah, actually, thanks.
Thank you, Penina.
I will just add on to maybe the distinction between the 3 lines, the first, second, and third line role. Just building up on what Aisha says. That it is not a very good practice, for example, to lump up internal audit and investigations into one. I know it happens a lot, perhaps because of resourcing constraints or budget constraints, but investigations are adversarial in nature. And what we are trying to do is to elevate internal auditors as partners within the organizations and as advisors. So the moment that we give them roles of investigating wrongdoing as investigators, we compromise their ability to continue working as strategic advisors. So if the constraints you have in your organization are such that you cannot maintain an investigations function, which would ideally be more of a second line role, you can consider outsourcing that, for example, because it might not be something that you do on and on or frequently. Could be something that comes periodically. So that would be my addition to the structuring of the 3 lines within the business.
Thank you. Question 3 and 4.
Yes, good morning once again. My name is Abduko. I appreciate the discussion. This is really very nice, and I wish that all national societies are represented here, because when we talk about internal audit, it is true, it is not well understood by the management and even the board themselves. So my question to maybe Penina and Aisha is, how do you collaborate or work with a management or maybe a board who does not understand what audit is? Because many views audit or internal audit as a faulty finding, but not value addition. So how do you work with this group? And a scenario I could give is maybe you're preparing your report, but you find maybe somebody who's not technical in that area will even tell you, say maybe you say maybe inadequate or maybe incomplete fixed asset register, but somebody will say, this wording is wrong. Maybe you change it, make it to be a complete asset register. So as an auditor, when you ask yourself, if it is a complete asset register, is that a finding? So that's why I'm saying many view like internal audit function in a different way, and it is not really well understood, and that creates tensions between the board, the management, and even the internal auditors themselves. So how do you harmonize this?
That question 4.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question is slightly different because it probably comes because I had the role of going through the different audit reports for over 15 years. So how I started thinking about internal auditor and an external auditor is external auditors is like a photographer, and internal auditors like a movie director. Just to give some sort of understanding so that we are not talking jargon, but understanding what the photographer does and what the movie director does. So when you have a movie director, he's capturing every single thing's happening in certain plot, let's say our program activities. It could be related to your risk management. It could be related to the effectiveness of your internal control. It could be related to the efficiency of your operations. And it could be how the compliance that you have put in place is functioning and operating. And the self-control that we are talking about from the management and the government is really taking into shape. So my question is, how much, let's say, the priority we are giving to our movie director who are providing us a lot of information about the organizations where we're supposed to go, rather than just waiting at the end of the film, so to say, and the external photographer comes and takes the pictures, and where you also have a possibility to do some Photoshop, which possibly the picture wasn't really nice. So my question is, how are you going to do the advocacy to your board and the management that you are putting a lot of efforts in your movie director within the house rather than a photographer who is good at the photoshopping? Thank you.
Thank you. So the first question, the fourth was to both Aisha and Penina. My brother's question will come to Pauline, and this I'll blend it with the question on the two oversight functions, that is the internal and external audits. How can they be, should be a collaboration for it to be more effective in building trust and transparency. So you'll take that question as Penina and Aisha take the fourth and the third question. Any other question? Any question online? Okay. Wow. Okay. One. Hands up, hands. Mikono juu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. Let's take these ones, then I'll come to you. Yes. Go ahead.
So we can answer the ones. Okay. So Duku, that is the story of our lives. Yeah. So you're not alone. I remember having a conversation with a very seasoned accountant, yeah? And the irony is that because accountants engage with auditors a lot, both internal and external, because they're primarily the audit clients. You know, I was trying to understand why are there so many repeat issues and what is happening in this area? What's the root cause? What do we need to do and all that? And he's like, you know, Aisha, stop sweating it so much. You know, if we didn't make mistakes, you guys won't have a job. And my jaw dropped. And usually I have something to say. Whatever is inside me, I would be able to speak it out. But for the first time, I couldn't find words to respond. I couldn't. I really couldn't. If that is your understanding of what the audit function does, then I don't even know where to start to educate you. Yeah? And we're talking about a seasoned accountant, by the way. So when he mentioned that and the alteration, so I'm like, it's really the story of our lives, the understanding. And I don't know why this is one of the most misunderstood profession. People really understand what doctors do and engineers and pilots. Why don't they just understand what auditors do? Yeah? Why do we always have to keep explaining ourselves? Yeah, the advocacy, but it's a fatigue really, and part of the blame I would put it to the professional bodies like the Institute of Internal Auditors and other parts that are supposed to help us in explaining what the functions truly do. So I think it's important to continuously engage, and when you look at the global audit standards, the stakeholder engagement is really, really high. So don't start engaging at the point of actually auditing a particular entity. That engagement needs to happen, and that stakeholder engagement needs to happen a lot earlier, so that then you're there as a partner, and they see you as a partner, and yes, you have to invest your efforts in terms of educating people around what the function does. So it's unfortunate sometimes it's really misunderstood, but perhaps what can also help is the governance of the audit function. So having a good audit and risk committee can really help in elevating, in helping even bridging that gap between management and the auditor. I remember one time we went for a board discussion and there was a high-risk report that we couldn't agree on with the Secretary General in terms of the approach of how that should be done. And the board meeting was coming up, the Audit and Risk Committee, and we were still at loggerheads. And at the end of the day, we were like, you know what, let us just go with our disagreements to the Audit and Risk Committee, and they adjudicated for us, and that was resolved amicably. So I think that's important. And maybe just to touch on what Shrida was asking, yes, and this is a nice analogy. I'll make sure that I use it somewhere in my other forums. There needs to be advocacy, and sometimes we really, how do I say it, undermine, in Swahili we say kuwadharau. I don't know what would be the English word. Belittle or look at internal auditors as, you know, at the back end, people who wash dishes and clean and what have you. So really the dirty work and, you know, behind the scenes. So we don't appreciate that is a value. So part of that is a perception issue from management, but part of that is the auditor not engaging the management to elevate the audit function to be seen as a strategic partner. So this advocacy is very, very important and needs to happen continuously at different levels, at board level, at senior management level, at all the different levels. Yeah. Sometimes when we have arguments with my SG, is like, I'm gonna, you know, shrink your audit function. He threatens me that way, but I know I have the protection of the audit committee. I know sometimes it's just, you know, discussing and all that, but yeah.
Karina? Just before she answers, I've got very few minutes, and I may not be able to take all the questions, and I don't want to lose those questions. So if you don't mind, please writing them down for me. I'll give them to Aisha, and she'll find time to respond to them. Go ahead.
Okay, just to add on to, or to address the question he asked about the misunderstanding that sometimes there is between the auditors and the management and the board. A lot of it has to do with relationship building. I'll give a practical example. For one of my clients, they have a practice of rotating the auditors within the departments. Now, this may not work for everyone because it depends on how well resourced your internal audit function is. And the idea would be that as an auditor is seconded to a particular department so that they get an in-depth understanding of the workings of that particular department. They appreciate the processes and the risks and the objectives, so they get a good picture. Now, from an independence point of view, that auditor cannot audit that particular department when it comes to the audit cycle and execution. But what does this do? It gives the auditors a chance to better understand the organizations, the ins and outs, and even when they go into the audit at a later phase, when they have cooled off, they can be able to ask the right questions. That can work if you have a big audit team or a big audit department that is well resourced. So what that does is to create that collaborative spirit, and it also helps to demystify what the auditors do. That is at the operational level, for example. But what about the board and the management? The CAE, or the Chief Audit Executive, has a role of educating the management and the board on what he does. That can come through the purpose itself. What is the purpose of internal audit? Is the Chief Audit Executive able to explain, lay down what exactly internal audit is doing, so that then they can reduce that perception or those gaps in the expectations between what the management and the board wants and what the internal auditor is supposed to do. So those are some of the practical ways that this can be addressed.
After I did my CPAs, I almost became an auditor. But I decided not to. It's a confession. The reason was, after my CPA, I did Lean Six Sigma to a black belt. And one of the things I was asking myself, the traditional audit, where your work is to submit findings, right? Findings. Your role is beyond findings. And so sometimes it is us who do ourselves not so good, because we stick to the traditional finding kind of thing. It's just finding. One guy will say, when you go to his desk, his office, there's a sticker. What is your name? What is your question or finding? And 3 possible solutions. So when you walk in, you don't come to tell me just findings. Tell me, what are the possible solutions? Who have you engaged? And all that. So it's not just about pushing papers. That's why we are saying we are transitioning from the enforcer to a strategic partner. A strategic partner gives insights to the future, provides risks that are there, possible future ones, and all the mitigations that you can put in place as solutions to help management so that they don't have, you're not just presenting problems to them, you're also presenting solutions that they can use to work with. So put yourself in a more strategic position and you'll have the favor of the leadership. And this is not just audit. This is also to finance as a finance person. If you are still pushing papers and doing JEs, double entry, debit and credit, sooner or later AI will replace you. So you have to move from pushing papers. Bank reconciliations can be done with anybody. AI can do all that for you. So you need to move from that paper transactions to more strategic to the leadership.
If I may just add on the same, there's someone who wrote a nice article on LinkedIn called Imran that I follow, a renowned thought leader on internal audit, and he said, are we still just reporting the weather, or are we ready to predict it? And I think that is the direction and lines up with what you've mentioned, Eric. So it's about predicting, forward-looking. We are beyond bean counters. What happened? You know, that it has already happened. Everybody know. Even if you package that into a 10-pager, it really doesn't matter. It's happened. It is what needs to happen to make sure that that doesn't recur, or how we position ourselves moving forward.
Thank you. Those questions, please send them over to me. How does external and internal collaborate in this process as we close up?
Yes, and I'll briefly touch on also internalizing or externalizing your audit function. I saw the question come up and I heard it also. Yeah, the coordination between assurance providers is important. So normally an internal audit function coordinates with the external audit. The external audit is usually only looking at financial and the financial statements, so it's a very limited scope. And internal audit can provide insights to the external auditor that help make the workload less, and hopefully they will cost less also, because the more procedures they do, obviously the more expensive they become. So internal audit can support the external auditor in maybe limiting procedures, and also in the follow-up of the management letter that is issued by the external auditor. Internal audit can play a role in helping to resolve those issues. Then what's really interesting on the question on internal and external audit, or internalizing or externalizing the function. So in ICRC, it's been an internal function for some time. We do sometimes engage external auditors on specific topics, technical topics that we don't have in our team. But the main advantage of having an internal audit function is really, or internal people performing the internal audit function, is that they usually already know the organization. So they bring in that direct experience from the organization. They do, of course, indeed need some distance from the functions they've been doing, so they can't audit immediately what they've been in charge of. You also don't lose the knowledge when the audit is over, so the auditors stay on board, and they can help the organization grow further. Many organizations think it's cheaper to outsource external audit. I think in the end you lose not only maybe potentially on cost, but indeed on that knowledge and on that learning of the organization. And what is a pity if you externalize it is that the incentive of the external auditor obviously is to have more audits done, but they might not fully appreciate what they should audit and to what extent. An internal audit has a different, has an independent reporting line, so they can decide for themselves and stay on in the organization. But that's not to say that there's no external auditors involved. As I said, you need to bring in external expertise sometimes. We audit a vast array of topics from cyber to the operations in the field. And every time we look at who should do that audit, who has the best expertise for that. And that's why you need in your team or from outside the expertise you need to understand the topic and to audit that well. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Final thoughts, starting with Aisha.
Thanks. So both internal and external audits have a critical role to play on integrity, on ethics, and just helping in building the culture. It is not a de facto primary responsibility, but they do help in building that, supporting that culture of integrity. And remember, internal audit is not a rear view profession. It is a forward-looking one, and I think that the global audit standards have positioned ourselves to just be forward-looking and start predicting the weather, as opposed to saying, reporting on the weather. And the purpose is also not to confirm what happened, but to influence what will happen next. So that's my parting shot.
Thank you. Penina?
For me, I would say that there is a lot of value for the organization if they decide to bring on board internal auditors and involve them, not just at the end of a process or at the end of a contract, whatever, but to have them working with you throughout the process from the beginning, glimpsing and getting advice and strategic insights and all that from them, because they have the full understanding of the standards of the operations of the organization. So making this as to be a partnership between the internal auditor and the organization, because at the end of the day, we all have the same objectives. We are all in the organization together.
Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us from KPMG.
Yes, just drawing a parallel with the discussion yesterday, where it was said it's not a good idea to fire your external auditor. It's also not a good idea to fire your internal auditor. It's really, that would be a sign that they ask too many difficult questions. So you might want to fire them at some point, but they're there for that. And as in any organization, we are not immune to that. You sometimes have the issue of groupthink. So people say yes to everything that is being said. And you need that critical voice in the room to turn things around a bit, to give a different perspective. Someone who has no self-interest in that room and really wants to provide you with the best advice possible so that the organization can run more efficiently and more effectively. So keep them on board.
Right. We come to an end. And I can say that the things you've had, they're not unique to you. They happen everywhere. You walk across Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, Asia Pacific, the islands, you'll have the same issues. I have come to believe and to conclude that internal audit protects what money cannot buy. That is the trust that keeps humanitarian action possible. To appreciate this team, I would like us to rise up. We do it the Kenyan way. So they took my stand, so I'll try use. Showers of blessings. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Raymond Mercy, take a seat. I'll just give you a short introduction of who I am. My name is Jan Jalbæk. I'm with the ICRC Ethics, Risk and Compliance Office, ERCO, and within that, the Investigations Unit, based here in Nairobi with a team of 12 investigators covering this continent. I'm here today with Raymond and Mercy. There will be a short introduction in just a little while, to discuss artificial intelligence and how that impacts and how it can be utilized within the humanitarian sector. We'll be discussing risks and opportunities, obviously, but also try and get an understanding and a feel for how leaders, strategic management can implement, utilize this in a constructive and positive way to aid our beneficiaries wherever we might be globally. I'll just put a disclaimer on. I forgot to enhance my font size, so I'll be using my glasses half the time. Sorry about that. We'll be having 3 overall topics of discussion. One being fraud and the complexities of the artificial intelligence. One being fraud and manipulation. And the last one, the complexities, the double-edged role. Will it make us more efficient? Will it make us more vulnerable for cybercrime or whatever types of crime there is out there? We just had a chat a few minutes ago, and I mentioned an article I read yesterday that since the last update of the ChatGPT, there's been a significant rise in fake invoices sent to large organizations where they will disappear most likely in the middle of whatever invoices come in by the numbers. So we will use that as a hands-on example as to how we can safeguard ourselves against those things. So without further ado, Raymond, would you give a short introduction of yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Raymond Mugo. Day to day, I say I sell airtime, but really I work for Safaricom. And at Safaricom, I'm in charge of the audit of the network, the GSM network, the calling network, also the IT network parts. I also look after the audit of M-Pesa. I'm sure those who are visiting Nairobi for the first time, you will have heard of M-Pesa. M-Pesa runs the economy. So it's something I'm proud to do, and I'm also in charge of cybersecurity. For the society, I also have the privilege to serve as the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee and a member of NEC. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Be kind to me. Don't ask very hard questions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Omolo. I currently work with Standard Chartered as the Director, Cybersecurity and Information Technology Risk. I also serve alongside Raymond as a member of the Audit and Risk Committee for Kenya Red Cross Society. And I also serve with the technology association called ISACA Kenya. I'm sure you'll see it in the program. And we are basically a technology association of professionals worldwide with various chapters across the world. And in Kenya, I've been privileged to serve as the president and now as the immediate past president. And we do a lot of trainings, we do a lot of advocacy and awareness on technology matters in Kenya and work with the government whenever we have any bills or any laws that are coming up relating to technology. I'm excited to be here and looking forward to the conversation.
Thanks a lot, both. Two key takeaways already. The two most pointed at sectors, finance and telecom. And on top of that, you're both auditors. We have auditors all over the place, apparently. So good for you. All right, Raymond, you ready for that presentation? We can do that.
Jan, I hope I can stand. It will help with the nerves. As the presentation comes up, and allow me to come closer. I don't know who. Do we have a mic at the bottom? Anyone who has heard of anyone who is familiar with any technology that would be referred to as emerging technology? Just raise your hand and shout it out. Emerging technology. So not normal IT. No wrong answers. Yes? Emerging technology. Any example of emerging technology that you're familiar with?
Blockchain.
Blockchain. How many of us have heard of blockchain? Okay. If you've heard of blockchain, keep your hand up. Keep your hand up. Just keep your hand up straight. I'm not going to ask you what it is. If you're using blockchain, retain your hand up. So you're using blockchain. Okay? You're using blockchain, right? Okay, good. Any other emerging technology? FYI, AI is emerging technology, and I've had a lot of AI, so feel free to say AI. Any other emerging technology? Yes? Sure. Which one? AI. AI? So how many of us have heard of AI? Put your hand up. What does the A mean? Artificial. We all know that. Keep your hand up straight. How many of us are using AI? Good stuff. How many of us are using AI and they are not using large language models? And when I say that, I mean you're not using ChatGPT. So the users of ChatGPT, put your hands down. The users of Gemini, put your hands down. The users of which other one? Which is the other one? Copilot, Grok. This is going to be a tough class, Mercy. They know their stuff. Eh? So if you're not using, which other one? NAN. Okay, I don't know that one. But so if you're not using chat type AI, keep your hand up. Keep your hand up. All right. So you're using artificial intelligence beyond the large language models. We should have a conversation at lunchtime. I'd like to know more. The point I'm driving, when you think about the space of technology, artificial intelligence as part of a technology, is these things come up, and I don't know if that happens to you, but for me, I get a FOMO. Like I fear that either I will not be competent enough in my area of craft, or I will not sound very intelligent in a conversation, so I go all out trying to learn about it, but I don't get to use it. But the fact that I don't get to use it, or the organizations that we work in, or that we serve, and even in our personal capacities don't use it, does not necessarily mean that your organizations will stop being going concerns. And the second point that I want to drive, that you should not forget, if you forget everything else that I say, or if the questions that Ian, I don't know what Ian has cooked up, he's going to ask us and I don't answer them correctly. The second thing you should not forget, and it's about AI, is AI is good. You need to use AI. But what it looks like and what I'm offering to you is when you have a hammer, every problem starts looking like a nail. So you don't have to use AI. I've seen people cringe. An unpopular view, but I'll qualify it. I said that's the second thing that I'm hoping you don't forget. And that does not only apply to AI, it applies to any other emerging technologies. What you have no choice but to do is you must solve problems. but you do not have to solve those problems with artificial intelligence. I served under Mercy. She's my president in the ISACA board, and I serve in quite a number of other organizations. And I've seen someone presenting a solution, and they are told, that's a fantastic solution. By the way, is the AI part of it? And if they say it doesn't have AI, before even we ask ourselves what is AI, the solution is rubbished. So that's the second thing I'm hoping you don't forget, that when you have a hammer, every problem starts to look like a nail. The first thing that you should not forget is there's a meeting I missed when we were planning for this session. There's a meeting I missed between Jan and Mercy. And then because I was not there, they decided I'm the one who should do this presentation in my absence. So the first lesson that you should get and do not forget is you should not miss meetings. Let's go together. Lesson number 1, do not miss. Lesson number 2, when you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. The third thing, at Safaricom, in the group internal audit function that I serve in, I am in charge of automation. So you can imagine this is the guy who's in charge of automation, and he's telling you, you don't have to use AI, but you still have to solve the problems. So what the team that I work with in automation, they call me the PowerPoint guy. So I asked them, are you saying the fact that you guys do all the coding, the only thing that I bring to the table is the PowerPoint? So in keeping with that, I had to do a PowerPoint slide. So I've put up one slide, which is the basis of the third thing that I'm hoping you do not forget. Now, that third thing has 3A and 3B. 3A is the number 90%. Or should I say greater than 90%? Okay? So if tech team, you can just put up a slide. What I did, and just for it to be, there's something about who do you trust? And there are trusted names in the industry. So the bottom right corner, I went and looked at surveys that have been done by BCG, KPMG, EY, Deloitte, FT, trusted names. And I looked at those surveys that were done in 2025. 2025, not all surveys. One of the assertions that were made by the surveys is 92% of executives plan to increase AI investment over the next 3 years. Executives in the room, are you thinking about increasing the use of AI? Is that a yes or a no? Okay, let's not make it about AI. Are you thinking about increasing the use of automation? Yes. Yesterday there was a conversation on stage here about reduction in funding, right? There are two things you can do. You can cry about it, or you can shape up and deal with it. And how, if I can recall the conversation by the two doctors, was part of the shaping up that you need to do is to find more effective, more efficient ways of using the limited resources that you have. You will not be able to use those resources more efficiently, more effectively without using technology. Okay? So that 92% of executives could be part of this room. That because of the current problems, remember we said it's not about AI or a particular technology, it's about solving problems. The problems that you have, what you want to do, what you want to achieve for the communities that rely on you, for you to do it more efficiently and more effective with the limited pool of resources that you have, you will have to deploy technology. Greater than 90%. 90% of organizations are already engaged in digital transformation initiatives. Not necessarily artificial intelligence, like the lady at the back, but I'm relatively certain we are all doing some sort of digital processing, some sort of automation, okay? And the other statistic is 89% of digital transformation programs fail to meet their objectives. It's not 90%, but it's close enough. So two statistics on one side, one statistic on this other side. Look at the other one. 90% of large companies with greater than 1 billion in revenue have experienced AI-related financial losses. What that means is only 1%, even as we speak about the pains and the struggles and the relationship with fraud on AI, only 1% of those who have invested in AI are realizing the benefits. Does that mean that we should not invest in AI? The thing about artificial intelligence is it is driven a lot by experimentation. Not just artificial intelligence, but by technologies. This forum is fantastic. It's fantastic for knowledge share. But if you leave this forum tomorrow and you have not had a conversation with the gentleman at the back, what's your name, please, sir? The gentleman with blockchain. Brian, if you haven't had a conversation with blockchain, about blockchain with Brian, to see how he is experiencing it practically, then have you shared knowledge? Aisha, how many entities are here? 64 national societies, both virtually and in person. That is a pool of 64 different organizations facing not so unique challenges that have the opportunity to share. The lady at the back, sorry, what's your name, please? Sorry? Natalia. So if Natalia, in her society, is using whichever space you're playing at, if she's using artificial intelligence, I mean, I'm expecting her to have a queue at lunchtime for you to find out where is this that she's using artificial intelligence beyond Chat GPT. Nothing against Chat GPT, I'm a great user of Chat GPT. But beyond that, to achieve value. So that statistic, about 1% realizing value, in this room I'm offering, can be drastically increased just by sharing lessons. And there's no reason why the work that Aisha is doing with her team on automation, there's no reason for any other team, any other society from any other country, there's no reason why they need to reinvent the wheel on what they have done. There was a statistic, 95% of enterprise AI pilots deliver no measurable ROI. Again, that statistic I'm offering should not impact this room because you have the opportunity to share knowledge. So do not stop, but continue sharing knowledge. And similar to the other damning statistic on the 90%. So first lesson, don't miss a meeting. Second lesson, if you have a hammer, every problem starts to look like a nail. Now, that lesson is for you not to say that you don't implement technologies to help you curb fraud, but it's a challenge because you must do it, because you must solve problems that you should share so that you can accelerate the process of learning and implementation of these technologies, which are part of the solution for the challenges, especially the limited resources challenge that we have and we share commonly. The 3A lesson was we all need to share. And the final lesson, part 3B, is how do you know that whatever you're investing in, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it is automation, whether it's blockchain, whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it's fintech, whether it's robotics process automation, how do you know that you will derive value from it? And those 3 questions at the bottom are, I may offer, the most important things that you need to consider. Number one, by implementing that solution, what are you measuring? Now, if you are able to measure something, remember how, again, you effectively deploy, for example, resources, if I can just think top of mind, is by being able to pick statistics, okay, that can help you probably distribute your resources better. So you're measuring something. But measurement only takes you to 10%. What is the second question? Are you automating? So you have measured. You have measured and you've seen it is more effective for us to do this using this channel. You have measured and you have discovered that for us to be able to prepare for this event that happens every other time that requires our intervention, these are the parameters that you can look at and we can predict. So you're doing some sort of predictive analytics. But then you want to do things more effectively, more efficiently. So number two is, are you automating? If you automate, and at this stage, I don't know if it's one of Jan's questions. I don't want to get into the conversation of whether automation gets rid of jobs, or it, you know, that thing that we are told it helps you, it relieves you to do much more meaningful work. Yeah. By the way, automation, in truth, relieves you to do much more meaningful work only if you know how to automate. But if you do not know how to automate or how to leverage the results of automation, automation will take your job and you can take that to the bank. So if you are automating, it takes your value proposition to 50%. 10% if you're measuring. To 50% is your automating. But then if you consume the results of automation, if you consume the results of measurement, if you overlay the automation and measurement with artificial intelligence, for example, as one of the emerging technologies that you can use, so that number three, it drives action, then the chances of your automation reaching 100% become exponentially greater. So before you deploy resources on any automation or artificial intelligence project or build a model, ask yourselves those three questions. Am I measuring? And it is not wrong to measure. It's okay. It's a start. But then you need to stretch it and say, am I automating? What Jan mentioned about generation of invoices, that is adverse use of the new ChatGPT 5 model. But there are people who can automate for the positive. So you ask yourself, are you automating? And number three, are you driving action? So ladies and gentlemen, three things that I'm begging you not to forget. Number one, do not miss. Number two, when you have a hammer, every problem starts to look like a nail. Number 3A, you must share. You must share and you must share to survive in this race. And number 4, or 3B, for you to realize the value out of your automations, AI, and then we have the conversation on the challenges that that is bringing. You need to ask yourselves those three things. Am I automating? Am I measuring? Am I automating? And am I driving action? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Raymond. 4 points to the menu of food for thought, definitely. I think the numbers are very telling at this stage. Some would say early stage, some would say a late artificial intelligence, but definitely the numbers are very telling. I was thinking or reminded, excuse me, when you said we don't need to use it. Many moons ago, in my past, we were developing an intelligence unit, and we had heard about this internet technology. So we went to have a meeting with the head of the then IT department, and he said, before the year is out, internet is gone. I think time has proven him otherwise. And I think also that AI is here to stay. So let's, if not embrace it, at least be thoughtful and thorough in our use of it. So yeah, and with that, let's concentrate a bit on our discussions at hand in terms of what we are discussing. Now I need these again. So apart from all the benefits, and some would argue all the risks, Mercy, ethical challenges, what do you see in your line of business?
Okay. In terms of ethical challenges, especially for the financial sector, for us, especially, let me give an example of the banks. So you have your competitor who has unleashed a new product and probably driven by AI or the large language models. And you want to also keep up and probably deploy something similar. The speed of deployment, I think, would probably outrun the ethical advantages or the ethical principles the ethical principles of how that product should be deployed. So instead of looking at it, instead of going through the regular channels, going through compliance, whether it's risk, in terms of how you should deploy that product, you deploy it quickly and not look at the ethical implications. An example is like our credit risk scoring system. If you decide to go with an AI tool and train it to be able to help you disburse loans faster as opposed to people. So let's say a process that would take 2 weeks now takes maybe 3 days because you're using AI or data insights to be able to aggregate or tell you that this person qualifies for a loan. But the data that you've used to train that AI model is probably biased towards men. It means then that women who are coming to the banks and applying for loans will be disadvantaged. So that's a scenario where I would say speed is outliving the benefits or the ethical implications of using or deploying AI safely. And then you'd look at innovation, as I think Raymond has covered it very well in his presentation in terms of innovation. Innovation is moving at a very fast pace, and we don't have regulations that are actually keeping pace with that. And so it's easy for integrity to be at the back burner in terms of deployment. And that's one thing that we need to be really keen as compliance professionals or everybody in the room in terms of how we are deploying AI. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Mercy. I think one of the keywords in what you're saying is bias, and we'll be discussing that throughout because bias definitely is one of the things that AI will suffer from, but how will it suffer from the bias? It is because of us inputting the data, or what would be the ground for that, Raymond?
And actually, just early this month, not this month, this week, one of the executives at Google was saying they want to shift from large language models, because large language models are dependent on the data that you feed the models for you to train them. when you get a chance, because most of you are users of this AI chat models, just do a quick exercise and you can ask it, what is the best school, for example, or what is the best university? Chances are that whatever information or the response the model gives you, among the list will be a school that you have either gone to or you have researched about. And that's a factor of the data that you've put in. It's a factor of the bias that is built in those models. So this Google executive was actually giving a perspective of why they would prefer to focus, and they claim to be building other models that are not large language models based, to avoid that bias of the training data. What Mercy has referenced, and we've seen it happening in terms of, for example, especially in recruitment, where you see the data effectively pushing out a certain segment of applicants, is something that has happened very commonly. So it's one of the broader challenges that even as you deploy, especially artificial intelligence, you need to be very cognizant of what data are you training it with. Now, Jan, by the way, that's the easier thing to deal with. Because when you're deploying, you will, if you're aware and you've come from this fantastic integrity conference in Nairobi that they told you that you need to focus on bias, you will make sure that the data using certain parameters and certain tools is not biased. But the thing about AI is that it is artificial intelligence and it evolves. What I've seen is, especially for fraud models, you train a model on data based on behaviors of fraudsters. So of course you deal with bias, but also you make it very sharp in identifying fraud. But because the fraudsters know that you have trained it to think of these parameters, then they change their behavior. What does that do to your model? It makes it invalid. So yes, you'll deal with the bias at the beginning, but the other challenge that you need to deal with is constantly training it. And as you're answering those 3 questions that I was asking, that's why you need to ask yourself very hard questions. In the organization that you're operating in, what kind of AI, if at all AI is the answer, remember you have to convince yourself that AI is the answer, what kind of AI are you deploying? If your organization does not have a budget similar to Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, X, and all that, I put it to you, you have no business building a model. You need to ask yourself whether you need to buy or use the agents that the models are coming with. Because if you're going to buy those models, first of all, there's the infra part. There's something called GPU. Who's heard of GPU? Who has heard of CPU? So CPU, I'm seeing a nod for GPU. Now GPU is like 100x CPU. For that model to process as fast and as large quantums of data, you need to purchase GPUs. They are not cheap. So you're going to tell your donors, oh, you've cut our funding, but now we need to buy GPUs. What business do you have buying GPUs? So, just not to divert too much, you will need to think about the bias. The data is an integral component, but as you're solving that problem, ask yourself, the end game of the problem that you're solving, is this the right route? And if you have the right route, just know that once you have solved the bias issue at the beginning, you have to continuously keep training and refining the models so that they remain current and they're able to solve the problem.
Yeah, and staying with the bias, with that comes also trust. In your sector, how do you define, how do you measure trust in this context, mind you?
Sure. So trust comes in a number of ways. The first one I think I've overemphasized it. Remember, as whatever you do, you're custodians of resources and budgets. So if you invest in a white elephant, then you lose trust. So the first component of trust that we seldom talk about in this space of investment in AI and automation and digitization is you need to do things that will make you trusted with the resources, meaning you need to invest in solutions that work, and you need to invest prudently such that if it doesn't work, you quickly drop it and move on so that you do not waste resources. Okay? By the way, I've gone through such a painful lesson with that. We were trying to build a model that can read optical optical character recognition. This wasn't even AI, it was RPA. And we invested, a very small team, investing 6 months trying to build a model that can read a document. Then we came to realize, after it was working, when we put it in a real world scenario, we realized, by the way, these documents that we've been testing with are perfect documents. You have scanned it when it's upright with an Epson, fantastic printer and scanner. But the documents that are coming from the ground are crumpled, they are upside down, they are black and white. And for you to be able to do that, then you would need to invoke models which we didn't have, which you needed to pay for, which are the aspect that Mercy has mentioned. You needed to send data to the cloud, which you have not asked the customer for. So you need to be clear on the investment. That's the trust part. The second bit, when you're building the models, whoever owns that data that is being processed by the model, we're in the world of GDPR. Okay? We're in the world of EU regulations. We're in the world of, even in Kenya Data Protection Act. Are you training the model to not to contravene the rules and the regulations? That's the builder. And the other side of trust is now on the user. The people who are generating those fake invoices are not upright users. So trust comes in those 3 dimensions. The person making the investment, the person who's building the model to make sure that they respect the privacy of the owners of the data that will be processed, and also train the models to give the right information. Remember, we've seen the first versions of the models that came out. You could ask the model, I want to commit suicide, and it would give you an answer. But these days, there is tuning and refinement that has been done to sort that out. So the builders, and then the third one is even us as users. Are you using it for the right purposes? Are you using it to answer exams and write exams and so on and so forth? Are you using it to commit crime? So those are 3 dimensions of trust that look like. Jan.
Cool, thanks. And just to add on what you're saying about the invoices, one of the features that I read about last night was it can actually add coffee stains and curly corners of the invoices. And given that everything is digital, it's being sent electronically, no one will ever be the wiser. So another interesting development. As far as accountability, given that organizations are data-driven by algorithms and AI, Mercy, how do you see accountability being under pressure or not?
At the end of the day, I think even Raymond has covered it, that automation doesn't equate efficiency. Yeah. And so even as you use these AI models or these data-driven decisions, at the end of the day, if you're in a regulated space like the banking space, and whether or not even for you guys as in the humanitarian sector, at the end of the day, algorithms don't have moral authority. It's you guys as the humans who will take responsibility for any action that you have used using the AI models or the data-driven insights that you've gotten from these decisions. And an example that I could give you is just recently, I think it was last month or the month before, Deloitte Australia published. They had done some work for one of the regulators, one of the ministries in Australia, and they used an AI tool to generate their report, the final report that went to the regulator. And so when they were presenting it during the meetings, there were a lot of errors. And when they were asked about it, they had to disclose that, yes, they used an AI tool. So you can imagine, and this was about $440,000 of work that they had been given, and they left it to the AI tool to do for them. And I think they probably didn't do their checks after that. But that's just an example. At the end of the day, accountability rests with yourselves. If you decide to invest in these AI tools, in these AI models or any data-driven decisions, you as the executives of those companies should be able to take accountability for the decisions. And that case ended up in them being told to partially refund part of the money that they had been given. But also, I think in terms of the algorithms, what I think for ourselves as Standard Chartered, we've developed what we call an AI safety council. And you don't just leave AI and the likes to the technology teams. We've incorporated everybody, every function, the different functions that we have into this council. And so any decisions that are made relating to AI, whether it's products or for our internal use processes that are being automated, it has to pass through this council. And we're able to then, this council is able to make decisions and they're able to look at it from different perspectives, not just a technology perspective, so that you can ensure that you're covering your bases from each and every angle. And then lastly, I think I can talk about ethics committees or even your audit and risk committees. If you have, some of them will probably have subcommittees inside that have technology committees. They could also be an avenue that could probably provide oversight and delegate to management to have various ethics committees that can look at products, that can look at solutions that are deployed before you go to market. Yeah, but I think largely at the end of the day, we have to take accountability. So it's a balance of it's a balance of using the tools. Yes, we can't escape it, but also at the end of the day, taking accountability. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting example with the Australian case, and it makes me think about whether it's an internal audit report or investigation report or it's data you want to create about beneficiaries. Unless you have a very segmented AI, you would be putting out personal data, which would create an eternity of problems for the organization should you be found out. And obviously, it will be found out at some point. We've been covering the complexities, bias, trust. Are there any questions among the audience at this point in time before we jump on to the next? Let me finish the sentence, please. Please go on.
Thank you very much. As a quality assurance provider, why should I use AI or place reliance on AI to provide quality assurance to stakeholders of my business? Thank you.
First of all, and again, I'll come back to not necessarily AI, and I'm not, your question is about why should you use AI, but whatever technology you're deploying, yes, the first thing that you need to do is you ask yourself, what problem am I solving? Before you ask yourself whether you should use that technology or AI, what problem am I solving? Once you're very clear on what problem you're solving, then you can go into a scenario of saying, so once I have consumed this problem and catalyzed it, what are the solutions to the problems? Part of the things that I've seen in the solutions that we've built, because we've built solutions, and then we deploy the solutions to teams, and the teams don't use them, is because we were solving our own problems or problems that we have imagined. Okay? So from a quality assurance perspective, first of all, you need to ask yourself, what component of that problem are you solving? Once you're clear on what problem you're solving, you need to ask yourself, what is the right technology? Is it artificial intelligence? Is it robotics process automation? Is it blockchain? Is it what part of the value chain will you solve for the greatest impact? Once you're clear on that one, then you'll be able to know what to deploy. Now, top of mind, and we can have a broader conversation, actually not broader, specific conversation about what exactly is in the value chain of what you do in quality assurance. Deploying AI has its significant benefits. For me, one of the things I use artificial intelligence for, not just from a corporate perspective and with the safeguards that come in from a corporate perspective, but also from a personal perspective, it's to consume and process large chunks of data. The other thing that every day, without fail, in fact, there's an AI component plugin that at WhatsApp have added. I don't know, what's it called? It's part of, if you check on WhatsApp, there's a, yeah? But I don't do English. That's what my kids tell me. We have no time for English. I will tell the artificial intelligence, this is the message I want to pass. Can you do the English for me? Within safeguards. What Jan has read is very important. You cannot put out your data out there depending on the nature and the sensitivity and the permissions you have from the owner of the data, whether it's yourself or other people, to know what you're using it for. So consuming large chunks of data. The other thing is deriving insights. By the way, go into just Google and download a large data set, random publicly available data set, and upload it into whatever AI chatbot that you're using. And just prompt, generate insights. You will discover things that would have taken you quite a bit of time. Remember, we are shifting from the age, 10 years ago, we were talking about data analytics. The analytics that you can come up with in support of your quality assurance work is 10x'd by the right artificial intelligence model. But remember, you must review. Mercy mentioned something very important, human in the middle. Human in the middle, and there are, if you look at the EU general guidelines on use of AI, there's a tenet that is required called explainability. There is a meme that is on the internet that people, two individuals show up at a bank and they want to apply for a loan. And then the bank manager tells them, I'm sorry, I cannot issue you the loan because we have analyzed the behavior, your behavior, and you guys are likely to get a divorce. So you are a risk to us. You need to explain the decision, how the AI came up with the decision. So that's how I'd put it. I don't know, Mercy, if you have a different perspective.
Yeah, I think you've covered it. I think it's actually you who should convince us why you need to use these AI tools. Because if you come to your boards or if you go to your management and you want them to buy in, you actually have to have done your research as to why you need it. So whether it's repetitive automative tasks or it's the repetitive tests, maybe as a quality assurance provider, and let's say you've gone to various implementing partners and you're repeating the same tests over and over again, then that's probably a use case for automation. So at the end of the day, you have to be solving a problem. We just don't buy into the buzzword of AI and the buzz that's going on of that we have to deploy or we have to use AI. It has to be solving a problem at the end of the day. Otherwise, you'll end up not adding value. And even for us, I was in internal audit before I joined Standard Chartered with an insurance company. We were also building our own automated tool for internal audit, like the teammates and the like. But at the end of the day, it failed, and we had invested a lot of money into it. And we realized what business do as we as auditors trying to create tools that are probably not our forte. We leave that to the experts, and then we concentrate on doing what we need to do best, and that's providing assurance and value in various ways. Yeah.
Let me just round that off real quick. I think AI, I don't think I know, AI in the corporate sector is a very competitive factor. For the humanitarian sector, maybe not so much, but are we looking into a future where donors will ask us to implement to more efficiently help beneficiaries by using AI? Food for thoughts. Did you have a follow-up?
Actually, before you do the follow-up, allow me to latch on what Jan, you've said. Between the different societies, are you competing with each other? Okay, maybe I've touched a raw nerve. But the thing is, empirically speaking, you're not competing. So there is no reason, as Yana said, why one part of this world can go through the pain of coming up, either building or buying a solution and prove that it works, and another part of the world is going through exactly the same pain. It will be such a massive waste if we leave this space and we have not shared or created avenues for sharing. How effectively to deploy resources. If you're going, I'm sitting wearing the hat of a donor and you come and tell me I'm deploying technology to be able to effectively demonstrate bang for buck for what you have given me. I'm deploying technology to be able to arrest fraud. Isn't that a reason for me to demonstrate more accountability and put me in the map for maybe an increase in the donations? Yeah, I just wanted to latch on that,
I think I've just remembered the earlier conversation with the panel. Aisha, you talked about the way you have to do different due diligence assessments from different partners. That could be a use case that you could actually use to be able to try and harmonize from the different partners. Of course, looking at using various safeguards in place and not exposing your critical data to these models. But that could be one of the examples that you could use to probably reduce your turnaround time for such due diligences and the likes. Yeah.
One more question.
Thank you very much for the great insights. Raymond, you shared a very interesting statistics on why on failure of digital transformation projects. And you mentioned that 89% fail to meet the objectives. As a movement, all of us actually have digitalization as part of our priorities in the strategic objectives. I'm sure of that. Would you share more insights on why, what are the top reasons that contributes to the failure? Also so that we can learn and try to, cushion when we work with the national societies on failure of such projects. Thank you.
For me, what I would say, I think two things: the change management strategy, and then the tone at the top. And I'll give you a very practical example of one of the companies that I worked for. We were implementing a policy administration system, and this was because the company that I was working for was part of a group. So the group was pushing down a particular system that the locals didn't really buy into. The local company had already identified a company that met their needs for the reason why they wanted to change into that system. And so eventually the group won, and the local company had to implement this particular system. And what happened is, because the top executives had not bought into the system, you're just implementing it because group has said you have to implement it. It trickled down even during the project. A project that was supposed to take 1 year took us 2 years. And it's because, as an executive, you make maybe one comment and your subordinates pick up on that. They're like, this thing, it's near group, it's for group. Yeah, it's not necessarily something that we've bought into. And so even during the implementation, as the audit and the risk teams were brought in to provide project assurance, you could tell the pushback that we had even during the migration, straight from the junior staff. Eventually what happened, yes, the project ended, they went live, but 2 years down the line, we are back to the market now looking for a local solution. Now, and that's why I'm saying it's an issue on the top-down approach. Your executive have to buy into that particular project or that digital transformation initiative to be able to see it through to the end. But also your change management strategy. You may And I think it circles back to the conversation of what problem are you trying to solve? If you're trying to, if you don't have the problem that you're trying to solve from the get-go, you will start the project, then midway through the project, you realize this is not probably what we wanted to implement, and that's where you end up now having the project either go down or trying to now reinvent and say this is not the problem case that we needed to have, and now have to change your whole strategy again of how you're going to implement that digital transformation initiative.
Change, big one. I was part of a project where one of the biggest automations that was supposed to be brought on board was printing of checks. And then here is a gentleman called Raymond Mugo, for purposes of this example, whose everyday job is writing checks. Then you come and tell Raymond, we need your expertise on how we can configure this system so that it can be printing checks. So when Raymond goes home in the evening and he asks himself, okay, so when this thing starts printing checks, what will I be doing? Every day. So as Marcia said, change is significant. Another one, very important, as she said, solving for the right problem. What I'll add is, if a project is 6 months or 3 months or 1 year, you might have defined the problem so clearly and you start implementation, but what you need to do is in-flight testing of whether you are on track for that solution to solve that problem. Otherwise, you'll wait for a whole year, you will spend a whole bunch of money and waste a whole bunch of time, only for you at the end of the day to discover that it is not doing what you wanted to do. The other reason why projects fail is situations evolve every day. You have crafted, you have created a solution that, for example, should be, let's just use the same one for invoices or for testing disaster scenarios or something like that. And then midstream, something happens that's not in the control of the society. Could be a government issue that requires a change, for example, maybe something that was tax-free is now being taxed, so it needs to change a solution. So you need to keep testing in flight. The other reasons why a project fails is we do not look at it end to end. You have only thought about, I need to buy this project, I need to buy this system, or I need to build this system. What do I need to do to keep this system running? The example we were discussing with Jan earlier, where you have dealt with bias, but you need to keep refreshing the model. You haven't asked yourself whether you have the competency. You haven't asked yourself whether you have the budget. Okay? And the other reason, by the way, is just picking the wrong solution. Funny scenarios like the one Marcy was saying, well, there's a change aspect, but also you just picked the wrong solution. It was probably cheaper, or somebody in the procurement chain influenced that solution. Am I speaking to some people? Or those things don't happen in our organizations? And the reasons for failure are quite a number, but there is hope. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but agile, I know it's a buzzword, but it's actually true. Do it in small chunks. When you do it in small chunks, you will know whether you're on the right track. You will know whether you realize the goal at the end of the day. You will know if you need to appease somebody at the local area, because you have to. Projects implementation is also political. So when you do it in smaller chunks, you're able to know that you're on track to realize the correct benefit.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, both. Being mindful of time, let's move on to the next, and save your questions, please. We'll make time for them. Manipulation, fake news. Mercy, how do you see in your sector the 3 main risks / threats? I'll give you a shot at it as well, Raymond.
Okay, for the financial sector, I think impersonation and from an AI perspective, so the deep fakes starting to become a nuisance to us. It's not yet at a large scale, but it's something we are closely watching, because right now a lot of hackers, let me call them ethical hackers, are trying to use AI-enabled cyber attacks to be able to circumvent systems. And so one of the methods that they're using is through the deepfakes. So like an example, and maybe I'm stepping into Raymond's territory, but Safaricom, that's our largest telco in Kenya. So they have a feature where if you've lost your phone and you need to go and enable, re-register your line, you can actually call in to the call center, and if you have set it up to recognize your voice, then you should be able to, it will bypass you, or it will not ask you the normal questions that what's your name, what's your national ID number, what year were you born. But hackers are able to try and clone your voice and be able to circumvent this, then they have access to your data. So for us in the financial sector, that's one of the key concerns that we are having. And there's some research that had been done by a company called Gartner that says that in 2027, 40% of a lot of organizations will not be using biometrics, facial identification as a means of authentication, because by then the landscape will have evolved. Hackers have become more technical savvy, and we will no longer be able to rely on voice or face alone to be able to either authenticate or give you comfort that we have been able to identify you in the financial sector. Then I think a lot of internal threats, what do we call them? Internal insider threats. For us, we work a lot with vendors and third-party vendors, and so and most of the time these third-party vendors are able to utilize internal resources to be able to infiltrate our systems. And so trying to ensure, and I don't even know how, there's the normal checks when you're hiring somebody, you try and you do as much as possible to ensure you're hiring somebody of integrity and somebody ethical. But at the end of the day, sometimes they get some of your people will get caught up on the wrong side of the law, and be able to provide access to certain information to enable those. So insider threats is one of the big things, but also looking at vendors from that perspective. And I think it may not be a big issue for the humanitarian sector right now, but vendors are able. If I was a hacker and I would probably want to infiltrate your systems, I would probably try and target through either your implementing partners or your third parties who probably have access to your systems. And I'm sorry to use this Jan as an example. ICRC, I think in 2022, they were victims of, I think, let me call it a hack, where third parties were used to, a third party contractor who had some PII data was compromised. And so some of that data was leaked. So those are some of the examples that I think for us in the financial sector, we're starting to see as the key areas that we are watching from an AI perspective and from a digital fraud perspective.
Actually, Mercy has covered it well. The only thing I'd add is there are those that are sophisticated, where you have ethical hackers. I mean, Mercy is an ethical hacker. She's not an unethical hacker. But there are those that are simple. By the way, Aisha, I need to harass you for putting me here. Let me ask you a question so that you see how close it is. Huh? Yesterday, we are in a number of WhatsApp groups with Aisha. Something happened in one of our WhatsApp groups yesterday. Do you want to share with the team? And confirm we did not have this conversation before I came here. Yeah?
So of course, within the Audit and Risk Committee, we have a small WhatsApp group. One of the members started posting funny links to join, and knowing his character, he wouldn't do that within the group because the group has been very professional. We only discuss matters related to the committee and matters related to meetings. So immediately I saw that, I knew it wasn't him. I didn't contact him, but I removed him because the minute they continue, they have access to all our data. So they'll be able to use my contacts and be able to reach to people within my contacts and people within Raymond and Mercy, and all of us are in one WhatsApp group. So we immediately removed the member. I'm yet to contact him.
No, Aisha, I spoke to him. By the way,
Thank you.
Aisha denied me the rights to be admin in a WhatsApp group, so I could not remove him. So I called him and asked him, just confirm if your WhatsApp account has been taken over. That's the other aspect of it. You can think about, and if you check the top, it's among the top 3 risks on the World Economic Forum analytics report. Check the 2025 WEF report. You'll see misinformation and disinformation is among the top 3 risks now and in the next 5 years. There is that sophisticated element where a hacker will generate scripts, will use tools to hack your systems. There is the other side that Jan indicated, that now AI has given unscrupulous actors ability to generate either scripts or tools or faces. We talk about deepfake that can do that. Okay, but then there's the other very simple social engineering aspect, which again now the only cure is, the human, the knowledge. What links are you clicking? The way Aisha said it, I know Mercy. I know the kind of conversations Mercy would post, so I immediately have an alarm triggering that there's something that could be wrong. So that's the other aspect that I'd like to bring in, the social engineering aspect, which is very rampant, at least in this part of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's all over the place, I would guess. So a question for you, Raymond. If you sat down or built a task force of compliance, ethics, and your cyber people, would that strengthen or reinforce your efforts in terms of prevention of fraud and misinformation?
Would definitely strengthen and remove duplication. There's something, and I missed a part of the morning conversation, but I probably will come up, something called, from a technical audit lens, called combined assurance, where you rely on the different strengths, and in this case you've mentioned fraud, you've mentioned compliance, you mentioned ethics, that list can be longer, where they sit together and craft a plan and craft a solution. And not just a solution for them to do their work, but also govern how the different units of the organization will adopt these solutions. So like Mercy has indicated that they have an AI task force. You will find that that task force has people with an ethics lens. It has people with a fraud and analytics mindset. It has people that have a compliance view. So they come together and come up with these amazing solutions, amazing viewpoints, great and practical policies, procedures of implementing or of behavior within the organization that definitely strengthen what needs to be done from or how you mitigate risks that arise from fraud. So it's definitely a plus. It's something that needs to be done. More often than not, we have matured. What I see, both in the world that I play in officially and unofficially, is we have evolved to the point where we know who needs to be at the table to come together and give us the right solution. The person that we usually forget is the end consumer. So who are you serving? Who will give that unique perspective from the end consumer of the solution that you're developing? So yes, have risk, have ethics, have governance, have fraud, have compliance, have internal audit, but also remember to have the the customer or consumer at that table.
Thanks. AI task force, Mercy. Any lessons learned you can share with us at this time?
I think it's still in the early stages, but I think in terms of lessons learned, collaboration between the various teams was quite important, because initially the team was set up with technology teams only. So we had guys from the data office, we had guys from the cloud office and the likes. But then we realized as we were going to deploy, we were missing out critical stuff from the business functions. And that's why we decided to bring in all these other functions. And that way, even as from a risk perspective, you're able to cover all your principal risk types that you're covering from an organization perspective. You're able to see all the risks from a top-down or a top-view lens. So I think that's what I can say for now. But I think Raymond brings a unique perspective of involving or incorporating the end user. Maybe that's something that we've not thought about. I think when we're deploying, of course, we usually test some of the solutions with our clients. But right now, the solutions that we're deploying are internal for our own operational efficiencies. So we get to have our end users test before we do go live. But from a customer perspective, I think it would be a unique perspective to probably consider. Yeah.
Sounds interesting. I'm trying to keep track of time here. Maybe we should do some questions at this point in time. Do you want to give your follow-up? Let's do that.
Thank you for the interesting insights. AI is foreign, it's not local, yeah? So, it's too good to be true. So for me, as an auditor, professionally, I am skeptical about whatever it's going to give me. And in the business of audit or assurance, you need to have sufficient and appropriate evidence for every opinion you provide. And for AI, it can generate. So how do we navigate through this? Because if I give you, okay, these are the audit queries, and I can tell you they are not opinionated, they are not campaign stuff. I can prove in real time that these are things, because it's part of the assurance, and that's what AI will not give me. So how do we get around that? That's one. And the final question will be, for example, how do we use AI as audit tools? Because there are specific areas of audits. You have integrated audits. I want to do financials, for example. I want to do compliance. How will AI help me to have tools I will use to give me context, local context specific, organization specific results, not generic one. Thank you.
Who wants to go first?
So just confirm I've understood the first question. It's about the from an assurance perspective, how you fulfill the evidentiary burden by using AI, that you have to show this is the evidence of how I arrived at my conclusion. Is that the question?
It's foreign, You have context specific, For example, you have Africa, right? So, people who put the AI together, do we have Africans among them, the thought process, Because I can be in the Europe, the United States, and your thought process will be different from if you are in Africa, given your level of exposure and what you know. So that's what I want to say. And it's foreign, it's not local. And we as national societies here, we all have our country-specific realities. But bottom line, we have one vision, one mission. But to do that, I must understand the local context, which is very important in the role we do. If you don't, even if you have couple of CPAs or CIAs, it's not going to work because okay, so for example, like in the United States, if you have CPA, it's GAPS, okay? In the UK, ACCA, it's IS. So that's the first thing. So if you have CPA from the United States, it's a professional accountancy. If you come to the British system, which is where we are, colonized by the British people, you need to learn that.
I've understood. So
that's
the
what I mean.
context,
Yeah, it's not localized. It's foreign.
The model that you're using, you want the comfort that it will give the local context.
Exactly, because that's the context
I've understood.
we are. Yeah,
I've understood. So three things for that one. So, by the way, the schools have closed for the holidays for the younger kids in Kenya. So 2 weeks ago, we were watching TV and my YouTube, was watching YouTube on TV, and we had logged into my YouTube account. The kids have been home for 2 weeks. And what are they watching on YouTube? What is right now they are on a Japanese cartoon. I'm trying to remember the name. There's another one. Okay, the names skip me now. But why I'm bringing that example is the models as built, and I'm using YouTube as an example. Models, first of all, are built to understand context based on regular usage. So right now, my YouTube account, and I noticed when I logged in on Sunday, the recommendations engine is recommending to me cartoons and all those things, because models, especially the well-built ones, are built to learn the local context. So as you use it, and by the way, in models like ChatGPT, especially if you're using the paid version, this week, there's a newer, cheaper version called GPT Go that is cheaper than the premium version. So just FYI, it will learn. So that's the first thing. The second side of it is when you are building the model yourself, or when you are using agentic models. So you'll hear there is agentic models, which are like a subset of the large language models. So you have ChatGPT agents, you have Copilot agents. You can tune your agent to be context specific. And I love the example you've given. So in the US, it will be the gap perspective. If you're dealing with data privacy, here in Kenya, you'd be dealing with Kenya Data Protection Act, but in the UK, you'd be dealing with the GDPR. So you can tune the agentic component of the model to be localized. And number three, one of the skills, let me inject some FOMO, that you need to have as you use this thing is called prompt engineering. What's that of prompt engineering? Prompt engineering? Yeah? No, keep your hand up. There's always a follow-up question. The guys who have... okay, I won't ask the question. So prompt engineering is, I don't know if anyone wants to explain, but I can ask a question to the model, and it will give me a wrong or a different answer depending on the way I phrase my question. So the third way of dealing with that, the issue, a very important issue that you're raising is what prompts, but that's for chat. That's just for chat. Are you using to derive the solution that you're asking about? Yeah, I hope that's useful. Must you want to add about one?
No, I think just to add on what Raymond has said, and I think if I get part of the question also, you are asking how should we, rely on that assurance or the opinion of, to generate your opinion, your audit opinion or your assurance opinion. And it goes back to the fact that, yes, you'll use the insights or the analysis from the models. But at the end of the day, if you're presenting to your audit committee or to your donor, you as the human should have been able to, you rely on those results and interpret them well. And as Raymond has said, you see these large language models like ChatGPT, right now they have enterprise versions, and that can be localized and contextualized to be specific to either like your society. Like an example, like for us, we have something called SCGPT, but we use it only internally. And you can't put like personal information, like customer data into that, but it has been contextualized for a banking environment that you can be able to use. So that's one of the things that probably for your specific society or your specific context, you can try do that, and the language model will continue building and understanding it from that contextual perspective. Yeah.
I don't hold brief for Microsoft, but since you've already purchased an Office 365 license, you just need to add just some small amount and you get Copilot. And Copilot, the enterprise Copilot, is limited. Its scope is limited within your enterprise and your OneDrives and your SharePoint. So that's another way of contextualizing it. I can quickly answer the question on what audit tools. But it's something that I know when we have our conversations with Aisha and her team, we challenge each other on that, and also the other context that I have in Safaricom. What I have seen from tools that are purchased, what they are doing pretty well is the English part. So like right now, Teammate has built in a section where if you type an objective, it can find objectives based on your context and fill it up for you. It can write recommendations. You can actually tell it because, and I know the heads of audit in this room don't do that, because I don't like yarn, and I'm writing a report about yarn. You can actually ask the tool to be aggressive, and it will reframe the language in a more aggressive manner. You can ask the tool to be sorry?
Is this a white thing?
Yes. If you want it to be, it will be. But yeah, so that's what I've seen from the purchase tools. There are some which are coming with some, which I don't think it's artificial intelligence really, it's more of machine learning, where they're looking at the evolution of risks, so it helps in risk analysis and risk assessment. What we are building right now with our team is we've built an audit chatbot, and that audit chatbot is doing two things. One, it democratizes audit to our teams. So you as a user in the organization can actually run a query to audit yourself. Of course, your process has to be automated. So you can actually write a prompt and say, give me, perform analytics on this area, and it will call upon our scripts and it will generate results and it will send you a report. That's one of the use cases. The other use case is we have tuned the model to be able to give you your past audit results, so you can call your reports and all that, so on and so forth. But we also, and that's a part we haven't quite landed yet, using it to actually, when given an objective and a scope, to automatically derive tests, identify databases in the organizations, and run analytics. So that's what we are trying to do. Happy to have ideas from what other individuals are doing here, but especially in the audit space, not so much great progress, at least from my personal view. But from an enterprise perspective, a lot of great stuff is happening using artificial intelligence.
A lot of great stuff is happening. I think this is a good time for us to wrap up. It's been interesting. We hope it's been interesting for you guys, that you have taken notes and thoughts with you back to your respective organizations, and also seeing that this is not an individual effort, this is a mutual thing that both IFRC and ICRC needs to look into, which I know they are. But for you guys to go home and influence as much as you can with what you now know, duly inspired and food for thought. Thank you very much, Raymond. Thank you very much, Mercy. It was super interesting. Thank you for being participating. If there are questions, write them down, give them to the organizers, and we'll try and see what we can do to answer them. Otherwise, they'll be here for just a short while yet. So go get them. Thank you very much.
So have we enjoyed? Have we learned? Can we remember what Raymond said we must take away? The 3B. There's 1, 2, 3A and B. So 1 was what? do not miss meetings. 2, when you have a hammer, everything looks like a length. 3A, share. 3B is measurable. Number 2, automating. Number 3, driving action. So as part of a small token for appreciation, I'd like to invite Mr. Abubakar, Nigeria Red Cross, to come and hand over some token of our appreciation. Big round of applause. And to Ian. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We are just about to begin for the afternoon session. So all matters cash programming, and we'll have our moderator, Peter, lead the session. Peter.
Thank you very much. I can see the lunch worked because you're all energetic. Usually, it's interesting, the lunch works the other way. You're satisfied, then you're feeling a bit dull, but it's glad that you're all energetic. As we start this session, it's about cash, and we have to be happy because you're talking about money. Peter, Murgor are the names I was taught to pronounce when I got my senses, and they eventually became my names. I happen to sit as the disaster risk reduction and cash and voucher assistance manager within Kenya Red Cross. Also happen to be the co-chair of the Kenya Cash Working Group, and also representing implementing partners at the Cash Advisory Group, which is the highest level of cash coordination, chaired by UN OCHA. So it's really a privilege for us to have this conversation. I want you to do something. I want to dare you. Give your neighbor some cash. You see? you don't carry cash. But what was the feeling? What was the feeling when I said give your neighbor cash? Honestly. Honestly, what was the feeling? Yes, Catherine. Some mics. Let me pass my mic. Oh, yeah, sure. And don't worry, the session will be well in time.
I was excited about receiving some money from
So she was excited about receiving money. Let's get about 2-3 reflections. Yes.
I was excited because I was going to give Ugandan currency, which you could not be able to use.
Now, look at that. Excited because that currency will not benefit them. What are we talking about? The conference is about integrity. You see, I was going to give a currency that somebody cannot use. Okay. Okay. One more. What was the feeling when I said give someone cash? Your safety. Sorry, the microphone.
I was thinking my safety. Now that somebody must have had, give someone cash, and how, I don't know if I will make it where I'm going without being, yes.
So he felt safety, the safety issue, that now I'm receiving cash or I'm giving cash, what is going to be the safety of that person? Those few examples exemplify the conversation we want to have this afternoon. Anytime you think about cash, there are different feelings, there are different perspectives, there are different angles. One gets excited when they think about cash. There might be integrity issues when you're talking about cash. So it's not just all like that. And then there are safety issues that we talk about cash. Allow me to invite you into this conversation. And I'm going to be ably assisted by a panel that is quite rich. that is quite going to take us through what this is. But I'll do it slightly differently because we also want to hear from the voices of people who receive this assistance. Red Cross, by way of inherent working, we put communities at the center. And as I begin this conversation, the Global State of Cash Report of 2024 is being done. CALP Network indicates that people-centered cash is really taking center stage. Placing communities at the driver's seat is what is really taking center stage. I deliberately avoided a presentation because I wanted you to look at me and engage with me, because the presentation you'd be looking there. But also something that was realized in 2023 is that there is increased use of cash, up to from 72 to 80% of agencies now are moving to using cash as opposed to the traditional in-kind food assistance or giving of the shelter items or wash commodities. Because now people are saying, why not cash for wash? Why not cash for health? Why not cash for shelter? Why can't we use cash? And the simple reason is because the way she felt happy, it has been seen that cash transfers power. The trends also reveal that by and by, some of you shouted and said, we don't carry cash. Why don't you carry cash? Why don't you carry cash? It's a monetized economy, but we are leveraging technology. Oftentimes I found myself in a situation whereby I don't have cash in my pocket, and when the phone has gone off, I can't make a transaction. Why? Because I'm relying on M-Pesa to do the disbursement, or rather to make my payments. That's the reality of the trend we are in. It is also showing that organizations are taking up into systems and mechanisms to enhance paperless cash transactions. That is the reality of where we are. But the big question is, with all this shift, what are some of the emerging challenges? What are some of the emerging risks that come with it? Where does the political divide, where does the digital divide leave us? Where does the digital literacy challenges leave us? And even, are there probably room for abuse when we are thinking about moving into these spaces? I am not meant to be speaking to you, but I'm simply laying the ground for the conversation that we're going to have today. I am ably supported by a strong team and a panel that I would like to call on board to come and just take their position on the platform as we begin to engage. I am joined by Mr. Tony Ngige. Mr. Tony Ngige is the managing partner and CEO of Stealth Africa Consulting, a leading forensic investigations and risk advisory firm operating across Africa. Tony has about 20 years experience supporting governments, international NGOs, and the private sector institutions to strengthen anti-fraud controls, integrity, and accountability systems in complex operating environments. He has led high-profile forensic investigations, designated due diligence and compliance frameworks, and supported humanitarian agencies to improve the safety and transparency of interventions while ensuring communities are protected and empowered to speak. Please join me to put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Tony Ngige to the platform. You can see we have a forensic expert and investigator to take us through. We wanted to make sure that we have a mix of the blend. And it is my honor also to introduce to you Madam Susan Muihaki, who sits as the Deputy Secretary General, Kenya Red Cross Society, and the Corporate Affairs. She has over 10 years experience in the humanitarian work, leading the components of heading the finance component and working to support the disbursements and system development for cash assistance, and has been providing technical and strategic support. And I know her inputs will be invaluable in enriching the conversation today. Put your hands together for Susan. She found her way there before. That's Susan for you. Last but not least, I'm pleased to invite Mr. William Omole, who is the Senior Manager, Disaster Management with World Vision Kenya. who has over 16 years career journey spanning across corporate and humanitarian development work. He is passionate about practical experience in cash and voucher programming, along with disaster management cycle in varying contexts. Has practical examples and experience working and designing deployment of cash and voucher assistance in rapid onset, slow onset emergencies, as well as long-term humanitarian development programming, and has had significant contributions to the Kenya Cash Working Group, humanitarian coordination platforms, coordination hubs, food security and nutrition sector, anticipatory action technical working group, and financial inclusion, among others. Put your hands together for Mr. William Omole, please. And so, as we usher in this conversation, I want to introduce the last person, one person, not the last person, but one person who will open up the conversation for us. And then we will release her, because we just wanted to hear the perspectives of the community. Celine, utaweza kuongea kwa lugha ya Kiswahili kama utataka, na swali litakuwa ni kwamba utatuelezea tu, maybe kabla nikuite, wacha nielezee tu umati kwamba I'll speak in English, then we'll give you translation. We did this deliberately because we are in an integrity conference. We want to just showcase what it is. So it's important to hear where the rubber meets the road. Celine is one of our most recent cash transfer beneficiaries. Those of you know the Waruku fire. She is just one of the recent beneficiaries. For transparency, we just picked, we did not want to custom make or anything. We just wanted to bring a real beneficiary who can speak the experiences real, and to allow that the dynamics of your dissection to really see the intersections and all that. So Celine will just for a few minutes to just tell her what her experience is. I'll be very honest, we've not prepped her, we've not tried to put anything, we just want her to speak the way her experience is. So I'll put the question to her in Kiswahili because she's not able to speak in English very fluently, and she requested to communicate in Kiswahili. So we will do the translation after. So Celine, utatuelezea tu kama mmoja wa wale ambao walipokea msaada kupitia. Yeah, I understand your translations can come through the, thank you very much. That's the beauty of technology. I'll give you a moment to use technology. That's really wonderful. So utaongea tu kwa upolepole ndio waweze kufanya utafsiri. Utaeleza tu majina yako na utatuambia unatoka maeneo gani, na kama ulipata msaada wa shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu, janga lilikuwa lipi na ulisaidika vipi na changamoto zilikuwa zipi?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Celestine, natoka side za Kangemi. Nilikuwa nimechomekewa, tulipata shida, tulichomekewa manyumba side ya 60. Then hapo ndio tuli lose everything. It was on Wednesday last week. Ilikuwa saa 9 asubuhi. Nyumba zilichomeka. Hatukupata usaidizi, yani hatukupata time ya kutoa kila kitu. Nili lose everything, but nilikuwa na mtoto mdogo miezi 9. So hapo nilikosa kenye ningetoa kila kitu kwa nyumba, zilichomeka everything. So sikuwa na kila kitu except manguo yenye nilikuwa naye kwa mwili na mtoto. Lakini nashukuru Red Cross kwa sababu walinisaidia kabisa. Wenye tulipata hiyo 10,000 ikatusaidia, nikanunua manguo za mtoto, na niko na mtoto secondary, nikatuma kidogo, then nikanunua malazi ya kulala na nikakomboa nyumba. Lija sikuwa na kitu ya kutosha, na lala chini. Nashukuru Mungu sana kwa sababu mlinisaidia. Sikuwa na nyumba, tulikuwa tunaishi nje na mtoto. So nashukuru sana kwa sababu maisha ningekuwa nikiishi na mtoto ilikuwa ngumu, kama si fedha zenu mtutumie tujisaidie nayo. So kila mtu anashukuru, tunasema ni asante sana.
Celestine, labda nikikatizia tu kwa kidogo.
Yes.
Mulitambulishwa vipi na majina yenu yaliorodheshwa vipi?
Okay,
na kulikuwa na changamoto yoyote wakati mlikuwa mnaorodheshwa?
Yeah. Okay, tulikuwa tunalipa pesa na agents.
Anasema yes. Wakati baada ya janga,
okay,
ili mpate kupata usaidizi.
Okay. So venye tulikuwa tumechomekewa, watu wakakuja, venye walikuja sasa wakaandika majina, but hizo majina walikuwa maandika asikutumika, walienda kwa agents wenye tunalipanga rent, then wakatoa hiyo list ya rent, hapo ndio wakapeana kwa Red Cross. So hizo majina zilikuwa za ukweli, haikuwa na ile kusema ni mtu aligunjisha watu hawako nini na nini, lakini ilikuwa ya ukweli. So baada ya kupata majina, tulikaa muda wa siku moja, siku mbili, nayo tukapata pesa, mmetutumia kwa M-Pesa.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hizo pesa zilitusaidia. Hasa mimi mwenyewe sababu I'm single mom. Sikuwa na anything, hata nyumba, mtoto nilikuwa nayo, nilikuwa na manguo nilikuwa kwa mwili peke yake. So hatukuwa na anything. So kila kitu ilichomeka, but pesa yenye mlitusaidia ndio ilitusaidia.
Thank you very much.
So nashukuru sana.
Asante sana Celestine, na tutakuruhusu uweze kwenda kumshughulikia mtoto. Na tunashukuru sana kwamba ulipata kusaidika. Thank you. Let's put our hands for Celestine. And just bordering very closely with that, Susan, being able to disburse cash in a day or two in a place that is urban. So cash-based programming can be prone to misuse or errors, and sometimes some things that can hinder the success of, if not well managed. So what systems or practices from your management perspective has CARES put in place to ensure integrity and accountability in cash interventions?
Thank you. But just to go to Celine's her experience, the fact that cash becomes an area of freedom. You see, if it was non-food items or food, then the beneficiary is restricted in what they are using. But with cash, she's even said she was able to clear school fees. So if her area of focus at that point, and we get that she will need to get a place to sleep, but in that point when she needed to act, the most important thing for her was school fees for her child. So the abilities to spread that money, I think, gives a lot of dignity and freedom to the beneficiary. And I think that's why for us, then cash becomes something very critical in even our humanitarian assistance. But to go back to your question in terms of what we need to do, the first thing is the standard operating procedures. I believe where we need to focus on is on the verification and identification of beneficiaries, because that's where there is a lot of room for manipulation and things. So developing standard operating procedure way in advance that clearly enables us to identify how we identify the beneficiaries and what systems we need to follow, but also in the Kenya Red Cross context, working with the community. I know we have a lot of community groups that we go around, even with the chief, the assistant chief, to identify, like in her case, sitting down with the member of parliament. I know we had a conversation to say, these are the people who are affected. So working with the community becomes part of the other things that we need to continuously do.
Thank you very much. And I can't be more than excited to hear you speak passionately about that and really underscoring the benefits of using cash. And it makes me inch in very closely before I come to our forensic experts. And William, I know we've been in this field for quite a while, and from the World Vision perspective, from your practice as a humanitarian actor, what are some of the safeguarding risks that we are likely to be prone to when we are doing cash interventions, and what are some of these risks? What are some of the recommendations on how they can be mitigated against?
Thank you so much, Peter, and colleagues. Good afternoon once again. Just plugging, thank you so much even for the idea of having beneficiary as part of this team. It shows a lot that we are able to track end-to-end the process of cash transfer across. So straight to your question, some of the safeguarding risks revolves around technology that we deploy. I know we have one part of it of improving the efficiency of operations, but also we have the aspect of information that are more personal, private information that has to be captured, especially during the targeting and the registration process. So the aspect around data protection is a reality, a risk that actually is, I would call it a safeguarding risk in this context, not just in the urban context, but also in the rural. The other safeguarding risks would be at the point of access. Like once we've identified, we have registered the beneficiaries, where do they get this money from? The final point of interaction. I know, for instance, in Kenya, mostly, like even in her case, maybe she did not mention, but I want to believe she was able to get the money through M-Pesa. So M-Pesa, we look at the outlet points across the country. That makes it easier for her, being a female, being a single parent, being able to access this money at her convenience. Then also, still on the technology, the fact that mobile money is specific to the individual. So it somehow restricts this money, the message pop-up that they receive when the disbursement is commissioned is getting to her. So it is her with her secret personal identification number. She's able to access this information. Then the other safeguarding risk that would surmount or would come in the area of the cash space revolves around the targeting process. Remember, we work, like Susan already mentioned, we work with already established local structures to identify these people. We do not know them from this end, but the community, the leaders, the community structures already know them. So when it comes to targeting, the chances of exclusion errors, inclusion errors come to play. So managing or navigating around this is working with the local structures to ensure that we identify, validate the right people so that that matter is addressed. Finally, as a way of mitigation is to what extent are the beneficiaries aware of what we do. We need to be very deliberate, ensure they are part and parcel of the designing of the project. Their voice needs to be heard even as we develop the standard operating procedures. And they have to be aware of what step follows the current step so that they are able to share their feedback and also speak into it as a way of holding us to account as practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You bring up a number of points to the fore. And just using Celestine's example, I think she didn't get the opportunity she may not know from the back end side, but from the back end, I can confirm to you, she mentioned, if you remember her mentioning about a list being verified and us using a certain approach. Truth is, and you've mentioned about the structures and some of the community leaders. Truth is, there was a conflicting list of one that is brought by the community leaders, and we are torn between trying to verify, and they may not know how we went to that point of using that approach to validate, to the point that a community member can say the people who received were the real ones. But it was a process. And thank you for bringing to the fore that challenge. And I see Tony is smiling. I think I've tickled something from his perspective as an expert. But as a detection and as a forensic expert, and as you're detecting fraud, and when you're looking for some of these things, what are some of the common misconducts or malpractices that you've had to deal with? And for us as practitioners, because the whole idea of this conversation is for us to learn, what are some of the early warning signs that we can look for and say, oh, red flag here?
Thank you very much, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. I was smiling at what Peter was saying and also William, because I remember conducting an investigation in Sierra Leone, in a very remote place. And we had gone there to investigate whether certain beneficiaries had received the disbursements. And the chairperson of the community was leading the response. Most of the participants were very quiet. And when we went to the car, they followed us and they said, this is not what happened. We didn't receive this money and so forth. And they wanted us to take them to a different place where they felt safe, where we were able to collect their statements, where they were able to say, we did not get this. So I like what, Peter, you are saying, and what Red Cross has done. It's in its validation process through structures that, yes, our community leaders are good, but you need to have other mechanisms of validating beneficiaries. At the beginning, the most important thing is making sure that the beneficiaries you enroll are the genuine ones. You see what Celine has said here. If I was seated in an office and looking at a distribution form, how will I know the Celine who spoke here is the actual Celine? You see, so that becomes...
This is the problem with experts of foreign.
Yes, that is... you see, I believe she is. I think Red Cross has done a good job. But that is where some of the challenges are. And if you're looking at controls, I'll come to the issue of red flags. But before I get to that, red flags and the common fraud patterns is, when you look at controls, you look at them as prevention. What are the controls that can prevent fraud from happening? What you've mentioned, the registration, how you do it, and the validation becomes a preventive control. If you get it right in the beginning, everything else flows properly. Then there is the detection controls. After you've implemented, you've disbursed to Celine, how do you make sure that you can detect in case someone manipulates the beneficiaries list, whether they are in a database, all right, or in some physical forms? That can happen. So then detection involves around monitoring at various levels, what we call first line, second line, and third line of defense. I'll come to the details, all right, for that shortly. And then, of course, the response controls. But just getting quickly to Peter's question is, some of the common patterns, of course, is diversion of funds from the source before we get to the beneficiaries. So money came from the back donor, got into your account, you have a program you have come up with. At that point, diversion of funds can take place, all right? That will be mostly employee misconduct. It will be employees inside the organization who will play around and make sure that, and commit fraud at that point. The other thing is fraud around beneficiaries. It takes various forms. One, ghost beneficiaries. These are like non-existent beneficiaries. They don't exist. Someone went at the point of enrollment, put people who don't exist, and collected the money. Some of them could be non-bona fide beneficiaries. In Kenya, I know this came out when in the payment of the elderly people. Some of the people put their own relatives in there. So they are people, but they are not the correct beneficiaries in there. So there's a lot of schemes around beneficiaries that can take place, and we'll talk about how to detect what are the methods from simple things to more advanced ways of detection. Others include kickbacks and bribery, issues around the vendors, the LIPs that you use, conflicts of interest around those, and those are some of the common patterns. Red flags include things like, if you look at forms, beneficiary forms, if someone is receiving money with a fingerprint, I know Peter is saying I'm taking time. I can spend a whole day talking about this, but repeated fingerprints, all right? Type and quality of the documentation that you are receiving, those are some of the common patterns, and so forth. Beneficiary complaints, when you're doing M&E, that is one of the ways you can see red flags coming, that people have not received what is due to them. So I'll stop there, and then we'll circle back to some of those areas.
Thank you. And Tony, I've learned next time when you have a forensic expert, you walk the path with him. When we were verifying that this is Celine actually from Waruku, I wish you were there. But that's a very good point, because sometimes that's the case. You could be registering someone different. And you bring very pertinent points there that we really need to look at when you're talking about the red flags. And it's interesting that you talk about even staff misconduct, or even because people can think about the field, But how about the pipeline before we get to the field? Which makes me bring in Susan from her strategic leadership perspective. And just wondering, as we look at this conversation, when you listen to this conversation, and given the level and role you play, what, in your opinion, is the role leadership can play in enhancing and promoting the environment of accountability, integrity, and making sure that we are not susceptible to some of the risks that exist as we are offering aid, the way you said, by empowering people?
Okay, so my perspective is first is creating a culture that accountability is everyone's. It does not rest with finance. It does not rest with the program team. Like our volunteers and staff at the branch, at that Waroko, already know as they are going to do the verification and validation that they also have a role to play in the accountability. I think that is one. The second one is, and we know even this, let's just even use this Waroko case. Normally when it comes to cash payment, there's an urgency. We need to finish and complete. But even in that, minimum standards have to be met. So there is no agency that bypasses the minimum standards that we have. And all our volunteers and staff need to understand that then we have minimum standards in, even if how urgent it is, then the minimum standards that we already have to have set. So there's a pre-working that the group, all the society needs to have worked on to ensure that we have minimum standards that everyone is meeting, but then we are holding everyone accountable to ensure that those minimum standards are met. The other one for me is training. We need to train our volunteers. We need to train our staff on this, on handling cash and ensuring that then all those things are met. But maybe the other thing is segregation of duties. I have to ensure the person doing the verification, the person collecting the data is not the person verifying, and the person verifying does not come to them to finance to be the one processing the payments. All that has to has to have a place. But also our digital platforms, minimizing handling of cash. So by identifying and developing, which I think we have done some job in, digital platforms that from identification of beneficiary is done in a system, the verification is done in the system, when the money is hitting the finance department is done in the system, then when the money is leaving finance is also done in the system. So our all-rounded system then gives us a full cycle of what we need to do in handling cash.
Thank you very much. I'm really very lucky to have a leader who can support me from that perspective, having this understanding of some of the things that we really need to do and spot on, because the question should be, how do we enable this otherwise powerful tool that can now become misused or diverted or have the risks that we see emanating? But that makes me try to go towards you, William, to just wonder that in this conversation, as you're hearing all these kind of things, and even with the safeguarding risks that you've mentioned, and with what we are saying, because it's very easy to hear and to be tempted to think that it's as easy as, okay, we'll do this, let's do it. Let's do it. Where does the challenges come in when the rubber meets the road? What, in your experience from a practitioner, what have been some of the challenges of implementing? Is it as simple as plug and play, the things we're saying, or have you experienced some challenges, safeguarding, risk mitigation, systems?
Okay, thank you. Great. Yeah, really speaking from the practical experience, one of the challenges that we must appreciate that we cannot just copy and paste is actually not a straight jacket, because operations normally take place in different contexts. Context variation or contexts have so many variables that have to be considered. For instance, looking at the aspect of targeting. Remember, all of us as humanitarian workers, we are guided by the humanitarian principles. We are driven by the need, where the need is. Need doesn't discriminate on who and where it takes place. When it happens, we have to be there. Mandate dictates that. So in some areas, especially where we have other programs going on, it's easier to have these structures way in advance and test them and make sure they are functional. The challenge comes whereby in the other context where we do not have already established structures. So you hit the ground, we have the urgency of saving lives and making sure people are not exposed to further vulnerability, and we have to administer treatment. So the challenge comes in terms of the drivers, the people who are driving the process. Susan already talked about capacity. So as an organization or as organizations, we must always have a team that is that has adequate capacity and ready to deploy. Like doctors that can always hit the ground and they're good to go. So this comes with resources because it calls for training. First of all, identification of the right people. So how do we vet the people we are onboarding as partners, the people we are onboarding as affiliates, vendors, and all this? That vetting process is very critical. Then what amount of training or resources do we allocate towards building their capacity to make them ready to work and deliver as expected? That is a cost in itself. And as a recommendation, organization, we need to have that, even from the strategic point of view, allocate resources to ensure staff are well trained in the areas of capacity. The other challenge I mentioned about the contexts have culture. She talked about organizational culture, but even in the context we have cultural practices. In some of the contexts, we realize that we have male dominance or female dominance, we have all these dynamics in terms of decision-making processes and such like things. So we have to be careful how we navigate and ensure that we get the right people, because safeguarding issues is about ensuring we uphold protection against abuse, exploitation, in as much as we ensure the benefit reaches the right person. The other one, as I wind this up, because I know it's a conversation that can continue going on and on, is our M&E framework. How strong, monitoring and evaluation framework. How effective, how robust, how strong, and how alive are they? Are they just structures for the sake of compliance? I liked the morning conversation when Aisha and Tim were here. And the question was, how many of us are friends to the audit team? Many times when they come, we don't go on leave, even if we were due for leave, because of the obvious reasons. And one of the things that we need to ensure is our processes, we need to proof them early enough to ensure that they are able also to adapt to the context, adapt to the changing scenarios that come as we roll out programming. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, William. And very, very pertinent points. And in fact, I believe probably after this conference, if we will not be converted, we'll be very good friends of audit. At least, at least Aisha can attest we are friends. And I think that is a very pertinent point. And I like the way you're bringing how that can well in advance allow to prevent and to have systems in place and capacities and teams, and working with audit, not just when they're coming to check what has gone wrong, but how it's going to be. Today morning, I was listening to a conversation and it was interesting. They were wondering at what point should the Auditor General be checking staff, but that's a different conversation. So at what point should audit, for instance, be? But good conversations there. I'd like to open up to you shortly, but I want to ask Tony one question, then I come to you because we were not just talking at you, we wanted to be interactive. And Tony, because you've mentioned a number of things. So then, as a doctor that takes the pen and prescribes medication, what would you prescribe? What would you advise? How do we design risk-proof projects so that cash that is good remains being good? We see the risks, but we do not become susceptible to them.
That's a very good question, Peter, and I can take a whole day here talking about some of those items because it's something that I'm very passionate about. And to reflect on what also Susan had mentioned and William, controls and some of the things you can do have various levels. I mentioned lines of defense. Lines of defense is having a multi-layered approach in your program. So when we say first line of defense, it is within the operations. So people within the operations, right? Second line of defense, you talk about people doing things like M&E, risk management, and so forth. And then you've got the third line, which is an independent internal audit. All those layers must work so that if one area fails, the second one catches it. And if the second doesn't, the third one catches it. Susan has mentioned about leadership and strategic matters. It's very important. Tone at the top is important. The kind of message you send in the community, even as the implementing partner, becomes very important. I have an example of a gentleman in a community we were conducting a forensic audit in Ethiopia, where the person had owned the vendor, the company that is a vendor, through proxy. And the community knew because they know the brother, they know the siblings, they know, so they see that there is fraud within the program through colleagues, people who are working in the organization. Therefore, they themselves are engaging in fraudulent activities. William talked about automation. Automation is important. Technology is important. But a word of caution. A problem automated is a problem on steroids. If you normally have 5 errors or 5 frauds in a beneficiary list, they can easily be replicated to 100 with technology. So how you implement your technology becomes very important. Once you do the validation and verification, which you did for this particular emergency program, what you upload, the data integrity of that, how it is secure, becomes even more critical. You need to spend more effort than probably physical forms where people can easily, it's harder to kind of replicate. So those are some of the things. The other thing I want to mention is from a community perspective, think about accountability programs from the community facing you. For example, what are the reporting mechanisms you have from the community side to let you know? How will Selena tell you, I didn't get paid? If Selena must go through the first line, which are the people in operations and response, and those are the very same people who are engaging in it, how will you know at the second or third line? How will you know as an organization? So think about how you make them know how to report, all right? Make them confident to report. Remember the case I've given you in Sierra Leone? The problem was they're not confident and they're saying yes, yes, yes in the meeting, but immediately you go, they tell you, no, we didn't get these things. So that means they fear retaliation. So building those reporting mechanisms, independent reporting mechanisms, and making them easy for them to reach you becomes a very good feedback loop to come to you. So those are some of the quick controls I can think about. Of course, there are many others. But think about prevention, detection, and investigation in all the controls that you put in place.
Thank you. You got me on that one of technology. There's a way you put it that it's on steroids. But let's now go to the plenary. And I see Aisha's is the first to go up. I will listen and maybe let me see by the show of hands so that we see how we manage this. So we have, she was first, then the lady behind, and then the gentleman in front. Those are 3. Is there any other? I want to mark you and give you numbers, then we proceed. So the 4th will be behind the speaker there. So let's go. Please just keep your questions straight and then without me taking much time so that you can have an opportunity to respond to them. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the to the panelists. Very good conversations. My question is on the beneficiaries from an urban setup versus beneficiaries in a rural setup. What is the Peter? You're laughing because a lot of times we're at loggerheads with you around that.
Yeah.
What are the heightened risks around these two different sets of beneficiaries? Because I presume the urban beneficiary is a lot more smarter, cleverer, and can beat the system easily. Understand sort of the loopholes and what have you. But maybe I'm wrong. I would want to know then with that, is there a heightened risk between these two sets of beneficiaries? And if there's a heightened risk, as you're designing the cash programming, what needs to happen or what needs to be considered for that to be dealt with? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Urban versus rural programming for cash. Thank you very much. So go to the second lady, the one with the yellow. Yeah, thank you.
Merci. J'ai quelques petites questions à poser à l'équipe du panel. Merci pour cette conversation qui nous édifie davantage. Ma première question, c'est de savoir quelle est la procédure
Just give a moment for us to get this on. So that it should be channel 1 for English. Okay, go ahead.
Ok. Quelle est la procédure formelle d'escalade et surtout des traitements des allégations liées aux exploitations et abus sexuels ou de fraude liées spécifiquement à la distribution des cash? Et comment est-ce que vous auditez l'efficacité et l'impartialité du mécanisme de signalement et de réclamation pour garantir la non-rétribution et la protection des plaignants dans le contexte à haut risque? Ma deuxième préoccupation, c'est comment est-ce que le risque de fraude et d'abus, spécifiquement des exploitations et abus sexuels, sont-ils cartographiés, intégrés et atténués de manière proactive à chaque étape de cycle de vie de projet de transfert monétaire? C'est là, bien sûr, depuis la sélection jusqu'à l'encaissement. Et quel est le protocole d'assurance qualité et le cadre légal qui régit le partage des données biométriques des personnes bénéficiaires avec les prestataires des services financiers? Ce sont là les quelques préoccupations pour lesquelles j'aimerais avoir des réponses parce que mon pays est confronté à beaucoup de risques liés aux exploitations et abus sexuels. Merci.
Thank you very much. We go to, I think the mic is in front and we'll wind with the back. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. And thank you very much for the conversation, yeah? The best of controls might not work in some situations because there are inherent limitations of controls. It doesn't matter how good they might be. So for the Kenyan internal audit team, how will they get around that? Because spotting on your point, we are talking about having an SOP, right? Having a very clear controls in place. And you and I know controls have got limitations, yeah? And for example, collusion is one of the most famous ones, yeah? Everybody else do something unethical and they decide to say, nobody says anything, you see nothing, you say nothing. So I'm speaking out of experience, yeah? The other thing is management overriding, yeah? The controls because they're powerful and they are the people, yeah? So the other thing is some of the transactions or whatever it is by their very nature is very difficult for you to be able to ensure the controls goes through, yeah? Depending on how many beneficiaries are we talking about, which part of the country they are. For example, those in the forest are at risk. So those ones should have higher controls than those within the urban setting. Yeah, because for me, as an internal auditor or having done investigations, I normally start from the forest end and I come to the urban setting because that's where normally you pick up the issues, yeah? So yeah, that's one. Then the final question is, there are 3 types of assurance, yeah, for the internal audit team. You have got an audit, you have got investigations, you have forensic investigations. So an internal auditor must have done an audit, which is okay, and we all know what an audit is. It's different from an investigation. Also, investigations are different from forensic investigations. So without providing all of these 3, how do you ensure the intended beneficiary, which is in this case, people who have been affected, the most vulnerable, the most marginalized, people who really need the help, have been able to get it? A, they get it, or B, they get it in full, or C, there was no, something like, okay, I give you this and you give me that, which give rise to what we'll be having tomorrow. Yeah? So for lack of a better word, I'm sorry for this, cash for sex. Yeah? In my experience, those are situations that are, yeah, when aid workers, because of beneficiaries are in the most uncomfortable situation, they tend to take advantage of that. Those are the 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just underscoring the question on exploitation. We'll go back there to your question.
Yes, thank you. And my question follows on from that one as well. I suppose in terms of ensuring there are mechanisms for safety, it sounds like that's something that's been talked about, ensuring the mechanisms for safety and that the right people are getting the aid in the first place. But I guess I'm also thinking about what happens after the distribution and how far the accountability goes for that. And in particular, I'm thinking about individuals who are victims of domestic abuse or child-headed households or elderly individuals who might be pressured or exploited in some way after the distribution, and how far do you think that the accountability of the donor goes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there are 2 more, so we'll just have those 2 questions as the last ones, then we'll come back to just addressing them. So we'll start with the lady at the back, then we come to you.
My question is related to the risks related to devalue electronic money, let's say. So we rely a lot on technology to deliver cash. I'm not sure what is the MSEA that you mentioned before, or the application you use to deliver money, but I know also that many organizations are using the electronic wallets, bank accounts, and etc. I think maybe not in this context, but like in other contexts, we have seen where banks were blocking the accounts of beneficiaries, or the money didn't have any value anymore if it's electronic, because you cannot buy, you cannot get your needs through this assistance. So what I wanted to know, if you come across a situation like this, and like if this is also a risk that we want to take into account, what are the controls that I need to consider? If I face similar situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll have the last one, the lady in a red emblem, or the red jacket. You can put your hand up if you still have the question. You had your hand up, or you're okay now?
Bonjour à tous. C'est bon?
C'est bon, you can
Ok.
go ahead.
Bonjour à tous. Donc, je suis Ursula de la Croix-Rouge gabonaise. Je suis comptable et en même temps point focal cash au Gabon. Donc, je voulais intervenir, pas pour poser une question, parce que je comprends aisément de quoi il s'agit, mais pour rapidement faire un petit partage d'expérience. Donc, vu que ma collègue à côté a parlé de difficultés dans son pays, dans le processus de cash, je voudrais d'abord dire que...
So just to ask a question so that we are in context, can the experience be shared in 3 minutes? Is it possible? Thank you.
Ok. Donc, je disais que le cash est beaucoup plus difficile en fonction du pays et du contexte, de la mentalité de la population et de l'implication des autorités. Si je prends le cas du Gabon, par exemple, j'ai eu à effectuer cette opération durant 2 drèves, un drève inondation et un drève vent violent. Il s'agissait de payer 200 personnes, 200 bénéficiaires, et pour le deuxième, il s'agissait de payer 499 personnes. Donc, au niveau du Gabon, nous avons cet avantage que toute action que la Croix-Rouge gabonaise fait sur le terrain, le gouvernement est toujours informé. Il est important d'impliquer le gouvernement et la communauté dans tout le processus de distribution pour éviter des conflits, des contestations, des troubles futurs. Donc, lorsque nous avons un DREF approuvé, nous écrivons au ministère de tutelle, nous informons que nous avons bénéficié avec le soutien de la fédération d'un financement pour accompagner des populations d'une zone bien ciblée par rapport à l'événement qui est arrivé. Et ensuite, nous invitons les membres du gouvernement pour le lancement de l'opération, pour expliquer dans les détails comment nous allons travailler au début, au milieu et à la fin. Ensuite, le même travail est fait dans la communauté. Nous travaillons avec les chefs de la communauté en informant que leur zone a été identifiée pour que la Croix-Rouge puisse apporter une aide. Donc, tout le monde est informé. Est-ce que ça passe? Donc, je disais, tout le monde est informé de comment ça va se passer de façon pratique. Donc, au niveau de la plus grande difficulté que j'ai souvent vue sur le terrain, moi je suis point focal cash, mes collaborateurs directs qui m'appuient, on a le PMR, le PMR et le point focal CA. OK? Donc, avant de faire toute opération, la communauté est au courant du processus du début à la fin ainsi que les autorités pour que chacun joue sa partition. Lors du ciblage, on vérifie exactement est-ce que les bénéficiaires répondent aux critères. Nous avons 2 évaluations. Nous avons l'évaluation primaire qui nous permet de soumettre le DREF et ensuite nous avons l'évaluation secondaire qui nous permet de confirmer les données de l'opération. Donc, toutes ces parties sont importantes. Si nous respectons toutes ces parties, le paiement du bénéficiaire, le risque est légèrement minime. Il est toujours minime lorsque on implique et les autorités et la communauté. Et lorsque les listes sont définitives, on les transmet au gouvernement avant de payer. On les transmet au gouvernement. Et les listes sont affichées dans la localité parce que nous travaillons dans un contexte de sécurité. Donc, le fait d'afficher, c'est la transparence, c'est la redevabilité et nous ne sommes pas un pays où il y a beaucoup de conflits politiques ou de guerres. Donc, les bénéficiaires sont en sécurité lorsqu'ils iront prendre de l'argent. Voilà. Donc, tout ça, les bénéficiaires sont au courant. Nous avons le comité de plainte. Nous avons le comité de plainte. Le comité de plainte, c'est le comité le plus important. Dans cette opération, le CA joue un rôle fondamental parce que c'est le comité de plainte qui est constitué des responsables de la communauté, de certains bénéficiaires qui sont respectés dans la communauté et désignés par la communauté elle-même. Toujours et toujours avec la communauté. Rien ne se décide au bureau. Nous avons parfois des personnes âgées qui refusent d'utiliser de recevoir le cash par
Sorry, I
mobile.
may have to interject.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
just in the interest of time.
Ok,
but,
ok.
But
D'accord.
thank you
Donc,
very much.
ok, je vais conclure. Je disais tantôt que pour que le cash se passe bien, il faut que les responsables puissent étudier d'abord en amont le contexte de leur pays, puissent ressortir tous les risques afférents et trouver des réponses pour chaque risque avant l'opération. Et toujours faire intervenir les parties prenantes qui sont la communauté, le gouvernement et tout le personnel Croix-Rouge volontaire sur la qualité de la prestation. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for being kind to share the experience, and sincere apologies that we had to interject. It's in the interest of time, but very pertinent points there around the experience of Gabon. Again, thank you very much. Greetings to Gabon, and that's a good face. And I think you bring in the perspective of government, but I think also it's important to take into account that where government systems are, where community systems are, where all those are, could they be susceptible to risks also? And how do we mitigate that? But I like that you bring out the perspective that understanding the context is very important, the local context with what you work with. Colleagues, we'll really try to see how to manage this with the limited time that we have. Very, very good questions coming. And I'll try to see how to do this. And I understand that at some point I may also have to chip in, having had the expertise of leading from the Kenya Red Cross side and the Kenya Cash Working Group. But I will allow us to take some questions and allow me to divide to us. And I'll request my panelists to really try and get straight to the question with the least words as much as possible. I think I will allow William to talk about the urban and rural, and then the mechanism of handling safeguarding. I think, Tony, you can take safeguarding. You can take the safeguarding and the sex for cash or sexual exploitation, and the selection. Susan, maybe are you okay on talking about management overriding controls and the issue of inherent limitation to controls, whereby somebody talked about you have controls but they have limitations. And then there were other questions. I'm trying to see how to lump them up so that we address them. There was the question of audit, investigation, and forensic investigations and the points of convergence. The culprit who answers that knows himself. Tony is very happy to take that. And then ensuring mechanisms for safety and the issue of domestic abuse and accountability to the communities. I think these are things that can be lumped up as you're talking about safeguarding. So as you talk about safeguarding, please try and address that as well. And then on the reliance on technology, what reliance can be put in? You'll allow me to just share a perspective in a minute or two that can address that question. So I think we'll start in that in no chronological order, but maybe William, you can start since those were the first questions. Just in few words, how would you look at that? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, straight to the question. Thank you once again. Aisha, this question came to you, whether is there any distinction between rural and urban people who are affected, or I mean beneficiaries, and also whether that would speak into the process and the strategies. To begin with, those are two different contexts. So the context difference brings the difference in itself. In terms of aligning the processes, yes, each context would warrant for a specific strategy that would ensure. We have the SOPs, or the standard operating procedures, and the guidelines. Basically, we consider these as guidelines. They are kind of a roadmap that guides us that we need to walk this route. But as we walk the route, we have to be ready to deal with the issues and address them as the issues come by. So you realize that in the urban context, the level of exposure is relatively high, depending on the urban context we are talking about. Some rural contexts as well have some level of exposure. I mean, exposure not to risk per se, but exposure in terms of literacy, like digital literacy, in terms of information and all this. You realize that we have a bit of a people who are more exposed, and they have more of information. They know more of the structures that are within, and they even interact more as opposed to the rural areas where probably some of the cultural structures tend to be more pronounced and control the way things happen in that area. So in terms of approaching this, the standard operating procedure would first of all tell us or guide us on what should we do, should there be an intention to initiate a cash transfer or wherever. So it talks about the assessment to determine the need, the assessment to come up with the actual people who are affected, and this would inform the modality choice. So you realize that the modality choice probably in the urban would be different from the modality choice in the rural context. There was a question about, is it just cash or do we have other modalities? So in some instances, the modality would not warrant that we do cash. We consider what are the other related or relevant modalities to roll out, but using more or less a similar guideline. So this also takes us back to the risk mapping. What are the associated risks that we are anticipating or anticipated risks within the two different contexts? In some of the high risk areas, we have to heighten our levels of controls or the control gates a bit so that we don't really expose the people to safeguarding issues and also expose the processes, internal processes that we have as an organization. So risk mapping would be very important. Also assessing the level of capacity of the internal capacity as an organization and also the local capacity. We've been talking about working with the local partners, local processes. To what extent are they tamper-proof or risk-proof to the extent that we are not missing out on the objective of the operation and also not missing out on what we really intend to do. So looking at that, the aspect of coordination comes to play.
Maybe as you
very
finalize.
critical.
Yeah.
Coordination comes to play. Very, very important. And this would help us even during targeting. The controls, the coordination mechanisms around targeting. Just in 1 minute, with your permission, Peter. Last year we had the flood response. The flood hit Nairobi, for instance. The Nairobi as a context, and we really want to appreciate Red Cross. We were very quickly to put up the centers in 3 or 4 areas within. So World Vision, we had the cash, the budget to do cash transfer. So what helped us in this was the discussion we had. We visited the site, we had so many conversations with Peter together, and we got to the point of even getting more of approval so that we are able to harmonize the data sharing aspects within. That was made possible because of the coordination mechanism that was at play. So the same would be replicated even in the rural. But looking at those parameters, the two contexts need to be treated differently based on what comes without necessarily contravening the guidelines that we have.
Thank you very much. Very pertinent points. And yes, indeed, very good experiences that can be shared. And I think whereas one would want to look at the urban and rural settings, the dynamics are changing. Rural is quickly becoming urban. People in those have dynamics of veiling themselves, that now the underlying denominator becomes fraud. Is a fraudulent mind in rural setting, a fraudulent mind in urban setting. That is the precipitator that you start looking at. But thank you. Thank you, William, and bringing that to the fore. Brings fresh memories of the El Nino response and the floods, the MAM 2024. I think that's what you're talking about in Mathare and the informal settlements. So the question of safeguarding and auditing impartiality and some of those key components, even to the domestic violence.
Yes.
How do we mitigate against those risks?
Thank you, Peter, for that. But that point of rural and urban is very enticing. Just to just to let Aisha know, from a fraud perspective, and William has captured it very well. Always know the fraud schemes will be different. Urban, because of literacy, the kind of frauds are SIM swap fraud to wallet takeover, which go directly encountered in terms of impersonation. There was a lot of in urban. In rural, you've got strong local influence, so community leaders, and low literacy. So the frauds evolve when you're talking about rural setup. So the fraud schemes will differ depending on the setting, and you need to be alive to that. All right. Now, in terms of safeguarding, the aid for benefits, aid for favors, we call them aid for favors, and they take various forms and shapes, but they are the same, whether it is cash, food, non-food, all of those, they will take the same shape. Immediately, we get into sexual harassment, exploitation, and abuse share procedures kick in. So for instance, do you have a share policy, prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse policies? Have you communicated them in the community? What are the reporting mechanisms? What are the victim-centered approaches you have in your program? So immediately you detect sexual harassment or those kind of things in your cash program. Immediately, the share policies kick in and the approaches around there, including reporting mechanisms, safety becomes a very important thing. Protection of people and vulnerable people becomes a key thing, and how you document and store that data to protect those victims. It's an entire conference. We can take a whole day on that, but just always bear in mind, once you detect that, then those procedures kick in, which you're supposed to implement to make sure you protect the victims of that. So safeguarding procedures kicking. I know you are alive to the time aspect of this program, so that we don't take too much time. Formal procedures around dealing with sexual harassment is important, and making sure you respond effectively and communicate to the communities, to the law, including to the victims, to the lowest level. So people who are leaders are not necessarily the priority. It's the people at the lower level who are vulnerable become the priority. So you switch that and make sure you communicate the action. So because they need to see that there is action to inspire their confidence. All right. The issue of various types of response, let's call them response measures. There are various types, and I know there are even others you probably haven't captured, things like monitoring and evaluation that are still important, whether embedded in the operations in the first line or in the second line. That's very important. Investigations, forensic investigations, the difference is just one thing. When you use the word forensic means for court. So if you are a forensic accountant, you're doing accounting for court. If you're a forensic engineer, for example, if a building like this burns down, a civil forensic engineer will come because he will be doing procedures to make sure they can stand in a court of law. All right. We've done investigations where we have appeared in court every other week. Tomorrow I'm in court as well for a report we have done for one of our clients. I remember one for Kakma came out, the judgment in favor of one of our donors the donor got paid by the local implementing partner for fraud in the program. So when you are doing a forensic investigation, the gathering of the evidence, things like chain of custody, collection of statements, signed statements, and those kind of procedures must be adhered to so that they can stand in a court of law. Audit is different. Internal audit and audit, there are many types. There is statutory audit, there is internal audit, there are many types of audit. So all you need to do is, when you are doing whatever you are doing as part of what we call response or monitoring, be very clear what aspect you are dealing with and adhere to those standards so that they can achieve the objective which you are trying to achieve. Is there something I have left out?
No, you've actually covered them.
Yeah.
The one that was not really covered is the issue of ensuring mechanisms for safety. But I think we can talk about that as I talk about reliance on technology. So I think we can have Susan come in. But just before Susan comes in, and thank you, Tony, for bringing those perspectives, because I like the way you've made it clear. It is important for us to think of cash as a response modality, not just cash as cash that it is. Because if sexual exploitation was to occur in a setting, regardless whether it's cash or any other intervention, experience has been, it's the context that is susceptible to sexual exploitation. So that whether it is cash or in kind, and I like the way you've said aid for You called it a certain term. 8 for favors. I think it's very critical that now allows us to make sure. So for Kenya Red Cross, for example, a safeguarding component is very strong, such that as we are designing our interventions, how are we ensuring safeguarding? How are we monitoring for safeguarding risks? How are we even doing post-distribution monitoring? And are we picking domestic violence, for example? Are we picking issues of sexual exploitation in the process of targeting and registrations? Are we checking for these flags? So I think it's an iterative process. It is never an end. It is a continuous iterative process, enabling, empowering, and discussing that. And I think when we talk about ensuring mechanisms for safety, I'll come back to that, but allow me to allow Susan to just come in on that bit of issue of controls and the limitations and even the management interference, probably the way it has been put. Thank you.
All right. So I think the understanding is then fraud detection starts at planning. Let's not think about fraud detection at the very end. And maybe then we're able to develop a structure that works. Because then when we think about fraud detection at the very beginning, so even as we begin to develop a proposal, we are already put in, because fraud only operates when there's limit in maybe the segregation of duties. Maybe someone is doing a couple of things. And when we have had instances in Kenya Red Cross, the gap has always been either there was speed in how fast we needed to respond, but also someone was doing two things. Someone was verifying and reviewing and approving, So even at that planning stage, in terms of the program, have we segregated those duties to ensure that every person has a different element? Then the other one is digital platforms. For where we sit, then digital platforms have come to help. Because there's a lot of manipulation when we have people doing the actual things on the ground. So when we have a system that is able to verify, and I like when you say on steroids. So just putting in mechanisms, because the other thing is putting controls in the system you're developing for checks and balances, because that's then when there's a difference. The other one is communities being able to know what's happening, because they can pick it up. First, so creating a culture that allows community to give us feedback, because when it doesn't happen, then they're already picking up like, I was not paid, or this system did not pass through that. So that level then allows us to avoid that manipulation that can happen.
I think I see Tony has lifted the mic.
Yeah, well, just to add with what Susan has said, you mentioned the issue of safeguarding. Safe delivery options become important.
Yes.
So, for instance, if some of the sexual exploitation happens because of physical interaction, because it is a physical thing. Therefore, if distribution centers are not safe, you have to consider other safe delivery options, such as digital, mobile money, and those kind of options. So building those kind of mechanisms help at least enhance safety. Of course, in addition to community involvement, transparent processes, and all those other things that Susan has mentioned.
Thank you very much.
The last one, Peter, for me is involvement of the internal audit at the onset.
Yeah.
Let them review the process that we are taking up. Then involve them at the point of, so that they're able to develop the gaps. They're already telling me, Susan, here there's a gap, you need to correct. So then bring in the internal audit function, not at the very end. Let's involve them even when we are developing that process that we want to use for them to verify.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. You came in when I was about to tell Tony. He reminds me about my audit colleague, Fred. Fred, and this is just to demonstrate about walking the talk, and I thank the audit team who's always been querying the system, trying to audit the system, trying to audit and to see. And you see, we had to learn and to look at it from a positive perspective, that he's not coming to, push us down, but to try and look at the gaps so that we can be able to improve. And that has really enabled us to achieve some of the things that Susan is talking about, issues of segregation of duties, issues of testing. And it comes to your question on reliance on technology and the risk of abuse. So I think what has been very critical, because if we have a conversation here as we are ending towards the wrapping of this session, one of the things we have to bear in mind, and I think I'm cognizant to, is we may not eliminate risk. Yeah, we may not eliminate it completely. We will put measures in place. We will work. You will fight fraud, then you discover, how did that sneak in? You know? But I think the beauty is to have a system that talks to you, to have the system that allows that. Celestine did not have the room to really talk through the details. But one of the things that flagged out to us that we needed to query further the beneficiaries was a feedback mechanism. Because the communities were able to separately feedback and say, the data you have received, we have problems. And that now came to the desk. And when it came to the desk, then a validation happened, and then a mechanism came in. This just confirms some of the conversations we are having here, that you have to start from a point of having a risk mitigation measure and thinking about the risk and being alive and aware about the risk. That has really helped us to say that, okay, we see risks. We will not stop doing it, but we shall be cognizant of the risks. We shall monitor the risks. We shall look into the risks and address them as they go. And as a consumer, I must be at the forefront saying audit has been one of the key people I appreciate and I like. And when they call, rather than being scared, my antenna is high to say, okay, let me see, what then do we need to correct this time around? Not that, so what are they doing, you know? And yeah, absolutely. Because they've really helped us to be integral, to be put on accounts, to be put on to check. It has helped me from a point of leading that piece of work to know some of the things to change, to move myself to a certain corner and to allow some things happen. And that really enhances the intervention, mitigating the risks. So, colleagues, you know, we could have these conversations on and on and on. We would have loved even to share an experience from the Kenya Red Cross perspective, particularly to do with the digital platforms that our DSG is talking about. For instance, if I may talk about in a minute, eliminating the risk that you're talking about when you're saying about room for manipulation. So before, so initially we had the challenge of uploading and downloading that could now bring the steroids issue where you can replicate a lot. But taking into account the limitations, and yes, there were limitations, taking into account the limitations of the systems and then saying we want this system to work for us, not to limit us. As Red Cross, we needed to disburse money in 2 days. How do we work with the system, not to limit us, but to enable us to deliver assistance? So being cognizant and opening your eyes and bringing everybody, the audit team, listening to them with when management, and when Susan says, no, I can't approve that because I still see risks. Then now bringing in Fred and the entire team to be able, Monaheri coming in with the risk lens, has enabled us really to look at all that and having all the stakeholders on the table. So it is just to say that this conversation could go on and on. Aisha, probably this needed half the day of the conference to develop the points on. Yeah. So, good news. I did not know that. I think then I saw my clock wrongly. Awesome. Awesome. I was squeezing some time for this gentleman and lady here, but I will go back to it. So one of the things that we've learned as I bring in them to just share their experiences is just having open, robust conversations and reviewing your systems. First of all, robust conversations with your teams. How well do the teams understand, number one, the role they're playing and the importance of supporting affected communication? But secondly, the implication of fraud. And are you walking the talk? We have what you're calling a community communication plan that makes sure. And what we've learned is that when we empower communities to know, Kina Celestine, this lady, you've seen her here, but I'm telling you, she was among the people who was talking at the top of her voice saying, we will not accept other people to be put in the list. But because they had been empowered to know that this is the process. Should you cite 1, 2, 3, 4, it is there. But that was possible through a community communication plan that allowed us to follow through the steps. And the CVA SOP, the CVA standard operating procedures that were guidelines, and then also working with leadership. We are very lucky to have a leadership that is very alive and is very responsive, and an audit team that is not making us feel that we want to push you to the corner and you guys are doing nothing, but to show us that how can we improve this and how can we interrogate. And that's why even you see this team that is here. So as we continue with this conversation, and so that I'm not talking to the plenary again alone, I want to go back to you, Tony. My papers fled while you were talking about steroids. I don't know the steroids reached here. But learning from investigations and because I took note that you've operated in Africa. In fact, you brought in an experience from Sierra Leone. What are some of the learnings that you could bring to the table, even as we have these conversations, before I come back to William and Susan?
Yeah, it's good we have more time. I'm actually quite relieved. So, first, you need to be aware that a lot of the areas, a lot of the places you operate in are emergency setups. And because they are emergency setups, there is a tendency by some, if not some, many, to break controls. All right? So first you need to be alive to the context in which you are operating in. That's, I think, the first. Because like Susan has said, planning, it all starts in the planning. The controls come in the planning. What are you trying to achieve? What is the setup you're operating in? What are the controls you need to build in? They need to be simple and effective. All right? You can build up controls in, and I appreciate what you said, Peter, that in the rural setup, the rural has become urban, and I agree to some extent. I agree. But in the rural setup, there could be certain things that if you put in place may deny you even implementing that program. There are places, for instance, in this continent where there are no IDs. There's simply no IDs. You go there and people go and just go to the chief. I'm actually going to DRC next week, in some part of DRC next week for a forensic audit. And one of the challenges is the people do not have IDs. National ID system is not in place in DRC, right? How do you implement controls in those setups? People go to the chief, they get a letter, they come to you with a letter and say, I am Tony. Can you enroll me? And anybody can be Tony except ladies. So then you have to be alive to your context. Once you are alive to your context, then you can be able to implement appropriate controls to the environment in which you operate. Identification mechanisms, community structures, those that work, those that don't. I appreciate the good lady who mentioned how they go to the government, they work in Gabon. You work with the government, right, to implement your program. But there are other places where working with the government does not inspire confidence because of corruption. Government officials are known to be corrupt, conflict of interest, putting their relatives who do not meet eligibility criteria, and they tell you, if you don't play ball with us, you'll not implement your program. So then you have to be alive to that context, implement appropriate controls to the risk you're trying to address, and then regularly monitor. I like what he said. There are various types of audit. Those can be layered at various points. At the point of validation, there is validation. You've done enrollment, registration. Who does the validation? You have to do segregation of duties, like Susan said. It can't be the same person. I know post-COVID, people are trying to do more with less. There's a lot of cutbacks right now in aid programs and so forth. You can still do more with less, but just have someone else validate. I cannot do enrollment, confirm eligibility criteria, check the beneficiaries, validate them. Then there's going to be a problem, because if I don't mean well, I will just engage in fraud. So that's very important in terms of how you do a multi-layered approach in your cash program.
Thank you very much. Susan seems...
Maybe to just add, the other one is learn from the mistakes.
Yeah.
When it happens, be very quick to address. But I like the conversation we had yesterday. It's not about the person, because sometimes the manipulation can be even by your own staff. And it's not just punishing the person. It's going back to identify where is the gap in this system. How comes that staff and we have had many conversations when something like that happens to identify, yes, this is the person who eventually had something, but in my system or in the system that I'm using, where is the gap? Is it at very identification? Is it at the reviews process? Is it that when the money is hitting the bank? Where is that gap so that you're able to correct? So learning from the experiences and improving the system. Improve the system every day. Even in your own team, have someone who just double checks things to ensure there is continuous verification that is going on across the year, not just at a particular point. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, because so that we nail it, we were told about having a hammer in the hand and seeing. I believe documentation is very critical because we learn a lot from what has been documented. There's a time all of us will be out of where we are today. So as we do the documentation, we really create a platform for future learning so that people in the future don't repeat our mistakes. The choice of the systems that we deploy don't really repeat the mistakes of the current systems. So as we learn, it's important we document. Many a times, we are tempted to document only the good things. But programming, failing is also a performance, is a deliverable. I mean, I belong to that school of thought whereby I'll not shy away from documenting even the failures, because through that we are able to check again whether we need to do some bit of fine-tuning so that we are able to work on what really delivers best. So let us document, let us share some of these things. Red Cross, you guys operating in a movement. Actually, it's called a movement. So we really need to see the movement, what the movement stands for. As we get into the community of practice, for instance, it's good we organize some of even the webinars where we are able to share what doesn't work well if you were to run a cash programming in this particular context. Definitely the agenda will be about what was tried and what failed. If not documented, colleagues designing quality programming will be a pipe dream. Yeah.
Thank you. And William, as you talk about that, just coming back to you as you talk about documenting, and it's interesting because you can't learn if you don't know the failure. Learn breeds from failure or what you did wrong or did not go right. Probably we are afraid of being wrong, but do we set an environment of correcting that which is wrong? And I think that's also what has been echoed by Susan, that when we see something went wrong, is it about pinpointing a person or looking holistically and saying what in this ecosystem what allowed this, for example, to take place? So, but coming back to that, even as you talk about that, what do you see as opportunities, just building on that, for safe delivery of cash interventions, having operated in this space for some time now? And I'll just allow about just one remark, and then we come back to the plenary, and then we'll come back towards the wrapping.
Okay, the opportunity is huge. One, looking at the landscape, the donor landscape, even the government, for instance, the Kenyan government direction, together with the priority agenda, the opportunity exists from the point of there has been that bit of deliberate comparison between the other modalities. Allow me to use this case, an example, in kind as a modality for assistance delivery, the cost associated with that, logistics and all this, vis-a-vis the cash or e-voucher or wherever as a modality. And the role of cash that goes beyond the restriction gives the freedom and flexibility to the end users to make the decision. Picking from the beneficiary who spoke here, she was able to mention a number of things she was able to do with the 10,000 Kenya shillings. the same beneficiary would have been given food, for instance, equivalent to 10,000, which ideally would be more of consumption for the stomach, and the story ends. So the child will not get school fees, they will not get money for rent and all this. So I see that as an opportunity whereby the choice of cash creates that room for the decision, the decision to be made by the household in terms of what is really the priority at the point in time. Again, we see the more of liking. Look at even the way the government is structuring the social protection aspect in Kenya. Looking at the aspect of the health programs, the persons, elderly persons and all this. It's about moving into that space. So the discussion is the cash being delivered or disbursed sufficient to take care of the primary care of this particular people, which is a different discussion altogether. I see another opportunity in the space of digital deployment of digital processes or digital components. Like in Kenya, looking at statistics, over 99% are able to access mobile money, for instance. It's a very huge opportunity. We are able to deploy cash with less of investment in the logistics, but to the whichever part of the country, as we may mention. So with the emergence, and you see there's a lot of evolution in the digital space, which presents an opportunity. The other thing is the desire. We see so many practitioners coming up who have the desire and the capacity to do cash. When it began, even within the organizations, I want to believe, even in Red Cross, probably, there is a time people could not imagine that cash would be a modality. Right now, in the senior leadership team, we have Susan talking about it. My national director actually is totally sold out. Is cash person, and the question he keeps asking is, why not cash? So we see that buy-in by the senior leadership. So in the strategy for Red Cross, I believe cash is enshrined. You go to World Vision in our 5-year strategy, cash is enshrined, and even in the other agencies, same as in the government coffer. So I look at such as opportunities, and the aspect of partnership platform. We are talking here, we have someone with a specialty in forensic audit, we have the audit team, we have the different sectors coming in just to join hands and see how best do we make it work. So I see such as opportunities.
Thank you very much. And indeed, as we look at cash as a modality, those present very ripe opportunities and low-hanging fruits within which we can ensure safe programming. I'm thinking about, and the example that was shared behind there, and I think one of the examples that came on safeguarding is the exposure. You know, the exposure sometimes that people might get. And from an experience perspective is the capability of people receiving cash at the comfort of their locality without even being in the public space. It's just about your phone ringing and you're the one who knows, or the SMS, even those who've put silent. And I think safe programming is becoming a very critical component to be considered when delivering cash, because you want to think about, are we exposing people to risks or are we protecting them? In my journey of cash, there's a very bad taste in our mouths in the early days of cash, where one organization, I'll not mention names, but in one of the far-flung rural areas, were happy, received cash, went and delivered assistance, targeted women. You know, we will always mostly target women because there's that conversation that women are more. I'm not the one who's going to say that, but if you got it, you got it. But then what happened was, if I may fast track this story, it ended up very badly, because the problem is that they targeted a market day and understood that women were going to go to the market and delivered cash to them at the market. The sad story is that as the women were going back home, the most unfortunate thing happened to all the women who had been disbursed with cash, and that remains a dark memory in their lives. Was the organization well-meaning? Of course. Did they deliver cash to the people? Of course. But then a step missed, a critical step of the risk analysis and even access to markets and safety to do with access. So it's not just about that markets are functioning. It's not just about that it's a monetized economy. There are also other driving precipitates, underlying precipitates. These are real examples that are fought to us as we design cash. Every other time when we want to implement cash as Kenya Red Cross, whether in the urban context, even including the Waruku fire, and sometimes other teams may not understand. They're quickly writing and saying, please approve something. And I'm asking for something. And they don't understand sometimes. And sometimes you're called and you're told, boss, you're delaying that process because we need to disperse urgently. But again, I'm accountable to the senior management and trusted with a task. How do we do it fast, efficiently, but also safely? Safely without compromising anything. And a lesson I've learned is if we are going to delay it a day, I'd rather deal with somebody who slept hungry for one night but got it safely than made haste and ended up giving it to the wrong person or skipped a process. Those are the delicate balances, including what he was talking about, limitations of systems. Those are the delicate balances of ensuring that you're mitigating risks, managing risks. So you have to make some imperatives, make some analysis and informed decisions. So safe programming is a very critical component. And from where we sit, a very key lesson I have learned is it's not a one person, it's not a one man show. I cannot sit as the CVA manager and say, I have it all. You guys sit there, let us show you. We go show you. You just sit there, wait. No, it can't happen like that. I have to listen to my audits counterpart, the head of audit. I have to listen to senior management. I have to listen to the community themselves. At times they say, when you're reading a post-distribution monitoring, and we've had moments when we've looked at post-distribution monitoring and it is telling us the distance was very far when we are distributing cash in envelopes. It's called cash in envelopes. Here we call cash through vendors, though now at least we've gone fully on mobile money. These are the real dynamics. So the key question is, how much do we learn? How much do we open ourselves to be interrogated? How much do we allow the questioning, the processes, when audit sometimes says, no, we are halting this process. We are halting this process. Is that the time to lift your tool and say, as programs, these guys here, they don't even understand this thing of what is going on? Or finance is saying, no, we have to look through. You see, the lesson is, how do we allow everyone to do their role? But again, most importantly, I think one of the biggest lessons we've had is the time we started capacity building different teams, the support staff, the audit team, so that they all understand how cash assistance works, and then they're able to support better. How do we review? And I want to thank Susan that she's seated here. She's been really walking the talk for the several years, being at the champion to say, how do even policies enable us? So that we are not flouting the policies, but if then it is a policy that is limiting us, how do we have review of policies to speak into enabling cash assistance, that we are not at the risk of flouting policies and doing things wrong? These are some of the things that we look and think about. But as we reflect on this and as we bring some reflections, I don't know if there's anybody who feels there's a question or something that you want to bring to the fore. And as I'm looking at the hands, to the person who was asking about how then do we, because I saw that question and I felt it at the community level, there was that question of domestic abuse. If I may talk about an experience, as Kenya Red Cross, there's a time where we were working mostly with patriarchal societies. Let's face it, we are growing. We are moving towards being much more inclusive, and I see some ladies laughing and smiling. But when the communities have been predominantly patriarchal, there were instances where we would go into a community and it's only men who come. The ladies are nowhere to be seen, and you're like, inclusion. We want women, and they tell you in our culture, women, in fact, it is the women themselves who are telling you, women don't sit where men sit. How does that present risk to you? But our experience has been, because what we did is now we realized we need to have a communication and dissemination and communication with these people to understand why it's important to allow the two groups. Fast forward, we got to a point where men understood why we are targeting women. Initially, it was an opportunity for social tension because the man is wondering, you're coming and can you imagine, just a man in this room, can you imagine if somebody came and started speaking to your wife or your significant other without engaging you? Men, we are egocentric. Of course, you're already folding your arm in your pocket. Like, you see? So, but presenting risks and exclusion risks and even social tension, because when you give money to the woman and you've left, are you exacerbating social tensions? But our experience was when we communicated openly to the men to understand why we were targeting women and how it was helping the man achieve his household role, then he was like, give them, that's okay. You see, you've pacified that and you've mitigated risk. So the lesson therein is when you engage communities adequately, when you talk to them, when you understand cultural norms that would otherwise be barriers and have conversations and discussions, these become good opportunities. But since, I don't know if there is anybody, yes, Aisha's hand is up before I come back to Susan to ask a certain question. Because I'll just want to hear from a perspective from where she sits and all this while, what is the one thing that she sees that she wishes, if sorted out, this can really be a game changer in risk mitigation. Aisha?
Okay. So my question is to Tony. In far-flung areas, where monitoring of maybe the cash intervention programs becomes very tricky, and I think the fraud risk would be higher. What needs to be done in terms of preventive strategies so that people don't take advantage because they know by the time maybe someone comes from head office or from the region, the program would have already ended at that point. So what do we need to do around there? So that's my first question. Second question, sometimes when we're working with volunteers, the volunteers themselves are vulnerable, yet they're involved in the identification of beneficiaries. So what needs to happen there so that then, maybe not necessarily to Tony, but William, what needs to happen when themselves they're vulnerable or their family members or close? So it brings a conflict of interest. So they might meet the beneficiary criteria, but there's a conflict because they're involved in the identification process. So what needs to happen in that context? Do they remove themselves from that process? Maybe a bit of insights around that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other hand inputs, comment, question? By the way, you guys, it's the same people speaking. Does it mean... or you're very much, yeah, then just look at the hands first. Let's identify the hands so that it will make it easy for her to move. Is there any other hand apart from her? Thank you. All right, let's go ahead.
Yes, okay, thank you. So, cash assistance, as auditors, we will need the intervention of third party so we can place reliance. For example, if it's done through, for example, through the banks, we know an independent person, i.e. Kenya Red Cross, the beneficiaries, first party, second party, and again the bank. But in the case of cash assistance, the existence of audit trailing, what actually happened can be very difficult. So in that case, given the context, for example, there are some parts of Africa, they have a culture of, they won't say a word. They don't talk. It doesn't mean they actually got what has been claimed that they got, but they have a culture of keep quiet and hopefully in the afterlife, things will sort themselves out. So how do you navigate through these kind of things, given the cultural aspects? Like, for example, Sierra Leone, we are famous for that. They don't, especially in those rural communities. They just don't say things, especially to people they don't know. Sometimes they can say until you are in the same ethnic group with them and you talk the language they talk. Hopefully, maybe they open up to you. So that doesn't mean because they don't say anything that they get it. That without complaints, they got the chickers. So I just want to see how in your Kenya experience, of course, how do you navigate through all of those in the absence of third party, which we need to place more reliance on, and the fact that our team puts virtually like everything together. They identify the beneficiaries, they verify them. I know there will be segregation of duties, but it's internal, yeah? And that the only external party will be the beneficiaries, and it will be now the beneficiaries' word against that of our teams. And how do you, there is no kind of refereeing. Yeah, so two players played the ball, and yeah, so I just want to understand. Thank you.
You must be a soccer player refereeing. But thanks. So there was the lady there, and then is your hand up? Oh, yeah. So we go to the lady first, then we come to you.
Just a question on actual handling of physical cash, because we, in ICRC, we still work in contexts where physical cash is the only option. We don't have means of electronic handling. I've seen instances where that cash was stolen. The people distributing that cash were at risk. A way to outsource that risk is to have a financial service provider, whether that is a very formal service provider or a more informal service provider. I leave that in the middle. But then we expose that service provider. We have a duty of care towards them also. What else can we do to prevent criminal activity related to cash distributions, or can we find other ways to mitigate that risk? Because it's a real worry in our cash programs.
Thank you. So we'll come here to the question right at the back there. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Mine is on the feedback mechanism. I'll be happy if you can say something with regard to feedback. How can it be properly handled in a manner that satisfies everyone, including the auditors? Because I understand it has to be handled by a third party. And I also want to know to what extent do we involve maybe other players in the event. Probably there is some kind of domestic violence in that household. How far do we go as a national society assisting that household? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A very pertinent question. Do we have any other question before we come back to the responses? So, Tony, you have the question that came straight to you from Aisha, I think, about the issue of monitoring fraud in inaccessible areas or far-flung areas. Okay, not necessarily inaccessible, but areas where there's no presence of, there's a feeling that whoever should be supervising is very far. Yeah. Then let me just distribute the question so that we can, I think I'll want, if you can handle the issue of handling needy volunteers, and you can talk a bit about into the issue of navigating cultural aspects. And Susan, I don't know if you want to talk about handling physical cash, but I could share an experience also from the Kenya Red Cross side, because there's a time we did this when we were still, before we shifted to mobile money. And on feedback mechanism, I could touch on feedback mechanism and third party. And William, you also feel free to talk about feedback mechanism. So we can go through that way, and then we'll see where we get to.
Thank you very much. Those are all very good questions, and they are hard questions. They are very hard and very important. One of the things we must accept is that a lot of the places we work are very remote. I remember just a few weeks ago, we were told to go to a place called the Crescent. I don't know if you've ever heard of, in DRC, where you go with a motorbike for 30 kilometers. You land in an airport in a remote place in DRC, and then you take a motorbike, for 30 kilometers to get to where that place. Those are very far-flung, very remote places, hard to reach, where infrastructure is poor. Sometimes you call, you don't get the people. Sometimes they can't send emails on time. So those are the challenges that a lot of the humanitarian organizations encounter. This particular one is not any Red Cross organization, one of the others, another organization, all right? The first thing is to do risk mapping. It's very, very important to understand what are the risks you are facing, what is the exposure, all right, both financial and otherwise, what is the exposure, all right, and then what are the controls you'll put in place in terms of your cash distribution program, having understood what the risks are, all right. Secondly is always consider having very simple and straightforward controls. There are things you can do remotely. There are a lot of things you can do remotely. So for example, we have a forensic lab where we can do question document examination, examining handwriting, signatures, fingerprints, using equipment such as infrared, ultraviolet, blah, 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 and all that technology to determine if a document is a forgery, if it's a forged document or not. But if you can also just look at a form and look at the signatures or fingerprints and see a repeated pattern in them and just call some of the contacts that are there to validate. The other thing with working in remote places like in this particular partner or this particular international NGO is leveraging partners and networks. You have to leverage partners and networks in those places to do some of that validation. So partners will be probably local implementing partners or other partners, and also networks that include community and government networks to validate, because you may not be able to go to some of those places and be able to reach them. Those are some of the quick things I can think of. Of course, there is more that you can do, but those definitely are very challenging. Volunteers, the same thing. Protecting volunteers should be the same as protecting a staff member. Your standard for protecting your volunteers should be at the same level as the one protecting your employees. So I'm looking here, for instance, if they are traveling, there will be security journey management, looking at protecting them from a security perspective, where they are going to operate, protecting them in that way. I'm just thinking, volunteers, don't treat them as different from you. They should have the same protection measures that you have with your staff members. Well, which one was the other one? There was another one I may have missed.
Just before, for volunteers, I think the other thing is ensuring we have proper facilitation, because the other element is sometimes we try to overlook the volunteers with the staff. Like you will fully facilitate, you will provide vehicles, you'll provide proper accommodation. Then when it comes to volunteers, you seem not to have the same concern. So can we standardize what you're providing for staff is also what you're providing for volunteers when they are going to that intervention? Then maybe that limits the risk of, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
There is another one by the good gentleman. I don't want to miss it because it's talking about reporting. Some people don't talk in certain places.
It was the cultural.
Yes.
It was the cultural aspects and
Yes.
in the norms of people who don't generally talk.
Yes.
So how is that the absence of a third party?
Okay. So the good thing is in Sierra Leone, just like in Kenya and many African setups, that is the case. And you have to understand the history of our continent. You know, from the colonial days, people when they were being the sellout culture, people were being, because of that, people don't talk a lot in a lot of African contexts. People do not report, and the repercussions that come from whistleblowing. A lot of whistleblowers are victimized in a lot of these countries. I've worked in about 30 African countries so far, and I see the biggest concern is around protecting whistleblowers. And it also goes to the question the gentleman had asked about reporting, feedback, and so forth. You have to inspire confidence in your reporting mechanisms. There was a time I was I visited a place and I was speaking to a group of people in a factory. This is not in humanitarian. And the people said, I was called by the person who I reported, and he said I was discussed in a boardroom that I had made this report, because the person was asked to say, who told you this? You're lying. Then he had to mention the name of the person, therefore exposing the whistleblowers. Make sure that your whistleblowing and reporting mechanism has the key elements of a good reporting framework. Number one, anonymization of whistleblowers, protection of whistleblowers, non-retaliation mechanisms, all right? And then reporting on the progress without mentioning the people who reported. You have to do annual reporting. I think you've noticed with some of the big organizations, they do annual sustainability reporting. Part of it is to say, we received this number of reports, we took this kind of action, this was the outcome of it. There is a big debate about reward of whistleblowers. It's a different debate. You know, in America, you are paid and you put in a witness protection program and all that. It may not be practical in some of our setups to do that. One of the executives asked me, why would we pay people for reporting when they are doing the right thing? We are not incentivizing the right behavior by paying people to report. They should report because it's the right thing. So there's a lot of debate among forensic professionals about reward to whistleblowers as a way of encouraging people to report, but that's a different conversation altogether. All you need to do is inspire confidence over time, and it's hard. It's not easy. You have to do it over time to build trust with people, to build trust with the community. Have mechanisms for reporting that they trust and believe in. Collect information from the community. They may tell you, if we call, we know it is picked by so-and-so, so we won't call because of that. If you have that information, you can make the necessary adjustments and changes to inspire confidence in your reporting mechanism.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you've addressed actually almost all the questions. Maybe I'll just ask William to talk about the issue of handling physical cash in the interest of time. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the question. Handling physical cash, and actually that is where we were sometimes back. And we have the risks associated with it, like now theft along the way, smuggling, all these things that happen, especially when it is not managed well. And the general cost of cash in transit and what that means in terms of exposure. So what needs to be done now from programming point of view, back to what Tony said. It's always good to assess the scenario or the situation way in advance. Develop your risk, conduct a risk assessment and come up. We normally call it scenario planning. Like always have a scenario plan in place before even the actual execution. Such that I have worked in a bank. Before joining the humanitarian world, I worked in a bank. And I may want to give it that kind of an approach, working in a bank and what it would mean, like assessing the situation before the bank opens, knowing that banks are normally broken into between 8:30 all through to about 11, 12, thereabout, especially when there's that confusion of people coming in and the rest. So some of the things that were happening is we had the coded language that we adopted as a branch, that when we say 123, staff knows what 123 means. And you'll see them behaving in commensurate to what 123 means. I'm just using this as an example. So the team that is involved in the cash, the physical cash process, they need to have more or less a second level or a higher level of engagement and conversation with the team leader, also working closely with the different security apparatus to ensure that, we know what it means and we can always sense and act immediately. That's number one. Now, looking at it from the beneficiary's point of view, when we do cash, we must also ensure that beneficiaries also are part and parcel of this process. We've had cases where the beneficiaries themselves volunteer information. Tomorrow don't come because we have had 1, 2, 3 is being planned, So working in close collaboration with the beneficiaries or community is something that we cannot run away from in any form of programming. They always are the first line of security for operations that take place. in within their areas. So if we work with them always closely and ensure that they are communicating and we are communicating and reading from the same script, some of these risks can always be minimized. Then the other thing is when we are doing cash in transit, we must also try to have, like if we could adopt a system where only the people getting the cash get this information. In many instances, we send information through, and you see if it gets to Peter, and Peter needs to communicate to all of us. You can imagine what that means. If we have a way of reaching out to Aisha, then we have that category, then we make sure that that information somehow stays with the only people who are concerned in the process. To me, that would somehow address these risks. But if we have an alternative, like if we have banks that are closer to these people, we can as well collaborate, then we transfer this risk to that other agency so that we take it off our shoulder and see how best we can work through them and manage that. But that would be my personal observation into this.
Thank you very much, William, and very key reflections to the fore. Maybe just 2 examples to bring this home from the experience of what we had. Building on what Tony has talked about, a risk analysis, and he's talked about an assessment. We opted to use the transferring risk approach based on an assessment, and it was a principle that Kenya Red Cross will not handle money, we shall not carry money. And I am a living testimony. It saved me one time. I was on transit to the field. When I was stopped and they wanted cash, the member said, Red Cross not carry cash. Why? Because they knew. So that became a safety that safeguarded me while on transit intervention. But what did we do when we transferred? A second mapping, this mic keeps going off. I don't have the battery. So sorry. Thank you. A second perspective was we made a principle after we did the contextual analysis with finance, with ourselves, and from a technical perspective, giving the oversight, was local vendors have ways of getting money into their communities regardless of the context, whether it is risky, whether it is not risky. So how do we transfer that risk to them? That was number one. But then the second level where audit comes in, where safeguarding comes in, is how do we assess their compliance to statutory requirements, to the documents that are required by government? Are they engaged in illegal arms, child protection, safeguarding policies that they had to sign in, and even the liquidation? And so after all that mapping, and then community perspectives and perception, and many times we've seen out of experience that communities are not wrong, like William has said. When they said, there are times even they would say in chorus, vendor X can support us, and then we look and we do a risk matrix and we do an analysis, and then we have that through management. And it made the intervention successful. It protected me. It protected our teams. The communities knew Red Cross does not carry money, but the money was always on the ground. By the way, some of these vendors are struggling to get money to the bank. So already when you're giving them the opportunity to do that, so those kind of arrangements allowed cash as disbursements that were very good. Yeah, but you really have to do your analysis well. A second example, practical example, as I'm going to be bringing my panel back to the closing parting shots shortly. A second example on the feedback mechanism and the domestic issues and dealing with them. The domestic violence and issues is, the experience we've learned is if you mean well and you have mechanisms in place and you're monitoring properly and you pick these things and you have a referral pathway. For example, in Kenya Red Cross, I already talked that we don't work in isolation. Our health department is very keen on protection, gender and inclusion, safeguarding. When I talk with risk, my colleagues here, they will always ask, and they will look at it from a risk perspective. How are we mitigating risks? So do we have established referral pathways so that it's a holistic programming? When you pick up such issues, is that the end of it? do you handle to the professionals who can handle it with the measure of protection and sensitivity that requires? Segregation of duties, because, for example, I am managing cash, but the complaints, they are layered. There are different level of complaints. There are those which go, we've separated that. It goes deliberately doing so. It will go back to a different unit, and the unit then now will analyze the complaints, and then they'll come back and say, there's kind of complaints, how do we analyze, how do we look at them? But it's not you, the implementer, who is also handling the complaints, some of those things. But to share an example that I'll never forget in my life, 2017, those of you who were in Kenya, we had a very bad drought. And I'd been deployed to Marsabit. And I was in one of the communities. And it was a very fast-paced one. Those of you who've been there, it's very vast. You drive for long, then meet a few people. You almost feel like telling them, why don't you guys go lamp yourselves up somewhere? But, but then, yeah, you reach there, and you've done all you can to mitigate. You've done all you can to check fraud. But the community is timid, or they don't talk, like the example you're saying. You're not God to know that this is true or false. But that is the time I learned the beauty of making sure communities understand feedback channels. Long story short, we did our first level of targeting and registration. Then we went back, looked at the list, came back and displayed the list. The complaints and feedback mechanism weeded out how a local leader had registered 3 of his wives. So what am I trying to say? In all expeditiousness that I would have applied, or the team would have applied, we would never have known, because they look vulnerable. But what now weeded that out? An empowered community who understood the feedback channels and had confidence in the channel, and they knew how to call back. And so the team brought and said, there's this complaint that is coming from village X. These are the complaints, these are the allegations. Of course, they need to be interrogated. I remember times Aisha and I have gone for missions to go to look into complaints, to look at the authenticity of it. Of course, giving the benefit and the confidence. So why am I sharing these examples? I'm sharing these examples to say, when you put mechanisms in place, and when you instill confidence in communities, whether they talk or not, they will not talk there because they're intimidated. But when they know where to call in confidentiality, they sure will raise alarm. Celine, when she was talking here, I've told you, the community feedback mechanism helps us. So we've come really to rely strongly on strengthening that mechanism. We've come really to rely strongly on strengthening audit, risk, and all that to support us, to help us see what we may not see on the face of the hustle and bustle. Because for us, program teams, it is in and out, register, target, identify. These people are suffering. But then what are the other things we are looking at? So I just thought to share those examples as real-life examples of how having these mechanisms in place. So referral pathways for domestic violence and giving it the sensitivity to be handled in that way when you pick them. And so now I just want to bring my wonderful panel to just give the wraps of, in these reflections, in these conversations, what are your parting shots? And Susan, yours will, because I kept you waiting a bit. Yours, as you do your parting shot, I still want to make this comment. What is the one thing that you see from a strategic leadership perspective, handling organizational risk, making fast-paced decisions to release a lot of cash? What is the one thing that would make you sit a bit more easy as you do your parting shot? Then we'll come to Tony and we'll wind up with William.
So I don't think there is like just one, because it's then is a combination of many things that then supports me to know that then when I sit back, I have, and for me, one thing is technology as an ally. I need to ensure that then I have the right systems that have the right controls that meet that need. Then the tone at the top. When we speak about accountability, then accountability starts from the very top. Then every staff and volunteer already knows, even when there's an error, then we are able to come up front and correct it and be open about it. Then the third one for me, then the communities. Communities at the center of it all. Then enabling the feedback mechanism for us, then communities being at the center, then we know they are not just recipients. they're like, we are partners in this so that if anything is happening from start to end, then we have the communities at the heart. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very well put. I'm so proud to have somebody up there who is really passionate about this. I think this is very inspiring. But Tony, over to you. What would be your parting shots in all these conversations if you're to wrap it in a minute or so?
Yeah, I won't even take a minute. I think I've taken most of the time. Always remember, in emergencies, it's not about perfect controls. There are no perfect controls. It's very challenging. A lot of the times you have to give money quickly. There's also a lot of cash involved, which creates a lot of exposure and all that. Just apply simple controls consistently, have feedback loop, improve, and keep refreshing it, and you will see a very big change. A lot of fraud starts small and then snowballs over time. If you don't take action in good time, then you realize you have a very big problem, and your back donors are demanding for their money back. I think we've had those kind of scenarios. So always apply simple controls consistently, have feedback mechanisms, improve over time at the various lines of defense, and you'll see a very big change. You will never eliminate fraud 100% or have perfect systems, but always just make sure that it is at the very minimal and inspire confidence in your cash distribution program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Yes, William.
Well, so back to our focus in this workshop since yesterday, tending towards tomorrow. The aspect of integrity, actually, I look at it as something that we may need to, because in many times we want to look at it on the basis of compliance. We need to grow beyond compliance. Integrity goes beyond compliance. Safeguarding goes beyond compliance, because we are called at such a time to work with the people. People, let us always put ourselves in their shoes and imagine how dynamic we are, the same way they are dynamic, coupled with so many issues within the context. So that should speak into our perception and worldview about our processes that we put in place, and also the product that we desire to achieve, and eventually the impact or the transformation that we want to see. So if we could look at having integrity as an individual commitment and responsibility, noting that we cannot delegate it, we cannot legislate the aspect of integrity. It has to be a personal decision, a lifestyle that I adopt and live it as an individual, the other person as an individual, collectively as an organization, then as a community of practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How else could this be wrapped up in such a wonderful way? I just want to thank each and every one of them, and I want to thank you for being very attentive and engaged participants. I don't want to say audience, participants. The conversations have been very rich, and I'm very sure we can continue this. I'm really grateful to the team that is here. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but when we were saying hi to each other, the gentlemen, we all realized we were in three-piece suits, and and it was not by design, but that was an interesting one. But I just want to thank you. So we can clap once again for yourselves and for the panel as we just stand and we get back to our seats. And as I hand back the microphone to the moderator of the day. Thank you very much. And you can hug, or you can just... Oh, you wait, okay. As they're doing this, you can also shake the hand of the person next to you. Inspire them a bit. Inspire them a bit. Just cheer yourselves up.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our panelists and the moderator. I'd like to call on Danger, the SG for Eswatini. Please come and help us to give these gifts. I'm ambushing him, but I know.
Much. I will start with
and face the camera.
Yeah.
They said you need to take the picture again so that they see. Do we also clap again? Thank you. And for William, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, SG. As we come to the end of the day, as you remember, Aisha had extended an invite to a cocktail. It's an opportunity for us to network, get to know, ask the questions. I know there's some unanswered questions. The teams are still going to be around. I know some of us might be leaving today. They might not be in tomorrow. So please, let's interact. Let's have fun. I know in Africa, as we said, we feed people a lot. So just when you get back home, you can go back on your diet. But here, please, let's eat, let's enjoy, let's have interesting conversations and welcome. The cocktail will be in Boma. There will be someone to show you directions to where it is. So you can go back and freshen up. Then we see you there at around 5? Yeah, around 5. Thank you so much.